Hello, hello. I am Delirial, the star inhabiting the abandoned space station. And welcome aboard, travelers. Today we will be doing the new Limbus company event story. If you do not know what's going on, there will be spoilers. Please also note general content warnings because this is Limbus Company. This is a Project Moon game. If you aren't aware, please be aware of sensitivity, other possible triggering content that might come up. I am going in completely blind for once. Incredible, amazing. I don't know how I've managed to go completely blind because I have seen some characters, don't know shit though, so that's a bonus. That's a fucking bonus. Yeah, today we were supposed to play another game, but if I speak for too long, my voice starts to go out on me a lot faster than normal. So we will be playing this. That does the speaking for me. Yeah, let us begin. God, it's been so long since I've opened this. Hold on.
투입이군요.
출발합니다.
Do I want? No, I want DH. I want to keep DH.
진리를 열기 위해
I look from beyond the glass window as the sinners battle furiously inside the large indoor arena. Oh, right, it's an event, so it's not voiced yet. Oh well. Guess my voice is gonna die on me regardless. You damned imbeciles. What's the point of everyone rushing at the same enemy that's already staggered or nearly dead? Auto battler. Pulse had attacked that entity first. The blame lies flatly with the other's delayed incisions. Apologies. Yet concerned was I. To know dispose swiftly of that foe would. I think this is a great show of teamwork. I had no idea how hopeless the sinners were in battle without my command. Damn it, why won't any of you listen to my orders? Oi, your genius order was how the last's head ended up dangling from one force of a neck. It was a necessary sacrifice to gain a niche in battle. Or is he not? How befitting of a hater it is to perish in place of her companion. Donkey! Donkey, no! Don Quixote, no! Cariño, no! Don Quixote falls before the merciless onslaught of enemies. I had so many things I wanted to say to them, most of which were variations of, "You're doing it wrong!" But I had no place but to watch as their woefully abysmal decisions continued to bungle the fight. If I tried, this researcher next to me will get in my way, claiming that they haven't finished collecting the data. This one's reaction speed to emergencies is exceptionally fast. So, can I help them now? Will you stop pacing and compose yourself? We're almost done here. That should be more than enough data. Take control, manager. I had a lot I wanted to say, but let's help the sinners out of this bind first. Also, if you guys think I don't use auto battler, you're wrong. Oh, that's not fun. Why do they have numbers? Why do they have numbers? Don't like that. Oh, okay, it's like this. Yes, I will be doing it then.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Wow, that did nothing. Did not realize I put Hanglu against Hanglu, and he lost. Small coming in. Yeah, we're just gonna send it. I don't care. Okay. Why is she doing an ego? Yeah, no, I know you're. Oh, we're not. We get okay.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I mean, the song's a banger though.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
늘어졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽군.
Okay, well, since it's on a post, I'm just gonna do this. I feel like maybe I should try. No, it's hopeless. I'll just do this one.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Good, okay. You had it dominating Otis! Why did I choose this game when my throat hurts?
한 놈.
You couldn't kill him? Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, we're not doing that. But we're gonna do...
보자 너.
여행엔 목적이 있었지. 보냈고. 직접
My
열어드리죠.
보자 너.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Oh right, I have to beat this in 10 turns, right? Okay, we're fine.
피워보지.
It's fine. It's fine, we're fine. Don't worry about it, guys. Good lord! That went well. Is the water I have even good? Meh. As expected for an executive manager, the exceptional development of your strategic genius reminds me of the earlier years of my career. Uh-huh. Thanks. Got anything to snack on, guys? I'm starving here after that brawl. You will maintain an empty stomach for the duration of the tests. Next on the docket is... I would have asked Marcel for a massage if I knew this was coming. Whose idea was this anyway? Well, if you really want to get into it, we can trace this right back to your vacation request, Gregor. Not that this wouldn't have happened without that, but yeah. Oh, come on, fellas. There's gotta be more to it than that. Sure there was. Not that it would have made any difference. Because like Ishmael said, this all began with Gregor's particularly egregious stretching. Dude. There we go.
들리지 않네. 심장 고동 소리. 모든 고래 심장 소리. 멈춰도 있을까? 돌아갈 것. 내가.
Okay, buddy. Oh, that sound just now. I didn't know a human body can make a sound like that. Oh, I was just doing some stretches. Can't seem to do one without making these noises nowadays. Uh-huh. What do you mean you can't? And right there is the creaking sound of time's ravages sink. Oof, I know Dancy's been turning the clock to rewind our time, but I feel like my joints are starting to grate. I know what you mean. I definitely don't feel as spry as I used to. Maybe the pain from repeatedly dying and reviving takes its toll after all. Yeah, dying sure is a pain. As when Hong Lu flippantly threw out an innocent comment amidst the complaining sinners. Speaking of which, isn't it funny how Don Quixote is totally fine even though she's hundreds of years old? She's got to be the oldest of us by a lot, right? I love you, Hong Lu. Oh, you're so silly. I love you. Hong Lu's unprompted catapulting of such a heavy subject brought the busy air inside the bus to a sudden stifling halt. I thought we were gonna take some time to actually broach the subject, but you just bulldozed through the whole mess, huh? I must have made things awkward. I didn't realize everyone was so sensitive about their age. You're so funny. I love you so much. It's not to concern myself with. Be not so. Of course, there was also someone who could not care less about the bus's air quality. Oh, it's good. That's my designated seed you're planting your arse in. I'll whack ya. On the other hand, here's this guy without a care in the world. Almost makes me wonder if he ever even remembers what just happened. Well, maybe this is your chance to get back at him for treating you harshly? Don Quixote, I'm sure you can't sing. I've never seen your eyes sparkle like that before. I am quite fond of the current temperament of our company. Unless young Heathcliff here suddenly morphs into a villainous scoundrel, I have nary a wish to exact violence upon him, and... Right. Now that that's over with, let's all shut up and keep the chinwag to a minimum, yeah? Seems plenty villainously dickish to me. Anyways, am I the only one thinking that it's about time we got the thing? The thing? Well, you know, the thing that we tried a while ago but didn't get to enjoy due to some unforeseen issues. Deathmatch. Not that. Don't you remember? We even played volleyball by that big body of water. Contextual clues suggest that he is making a request for vacation. Yep, absolutely yep. Let's all go to a spa or something, relax, get massages to loosen up our muscles some, please? You still have expectations for our employers? Uh-huh! I recall that young Mersault had given C quite the exquisite massage, has he not? I have an astute knowledge of the major muscles groups and nerve structures of the human body. For many weeks following that massage, my body was deprived of any sensory stimulation. Oh no, Thus understood it was, the philosophy of Mersault's physical therapy, that the most infallible methodology of convalescence from pain is to remove any and all stimulation, including that of pain. It seems that the time is here. Virgilius. Yes, I knew that this day would eventually come. The day's here. Why is everyone acting so serious all of a sudden? Virgilius' observation is correct. While turning the clock does indeed turn the time, a certain degree of exacerbating fatigue cannot be alleviated. This necessitates that we employ a certain measure to verify the status of each sinner. What could it possibly be that it needs this much build-up? In other words, it is time for Limbus Company's dramatic gulping noise. Regular checkup. Regular checkup? We did get a call from the higher-ups a while ago, requesting that we send the sinners in for a regular checkup. But it was repeatedly delayed due to several limiting circumstances on our end. They've been obnoxiously haunting us for quite some time. I was starting to get tired of explaining our absence. Checkup? What checkup? Don't be so on edge, Heathcliff. Such proceedings are regular occurrences at most corporations. I've never personally experienced it myself, but sounds like they're just checking to see how we're doing health-wise. I turned around, getting ready to say, right, Ishmael? Only only to come face to face with Ishmael's shocked expression, frozen onto her face. Well, this is unexpected. I thought Ishmael, with her worldly experiences, would leap onto the opportunity to lecture us all about how things worked outside Limbus company. Regular checkups are... Oh, you're gearing up to explain what it is, coolio. You got 30 seconds to wrap it up. Ready, set, go. No, not the regular checkup. Miss Ishmael's expression seems to suggest otherwise, Miss Raja. I did hear that some fixer offices or associations employ varying methodologies when it comes to regular checkups, depending on their characteristics. Locked up until there's only one left standing, locked blood of my colleagues, and the only key to escape. What kind of checkup did she have to go through? Ishmael wasn't the only one responding with a pale-faced object horror at the suggestion. Do you even understand what kind of regular checkup you're getting into? I'm asking if you're prepared to go through the regular checkup, no matter what happens in the process. Are you prepared to endure through everything that... What's wrong with this bloke, man? Mate's looking all pale. I don't understand why everyone's making such a big deal out of this. I don't think it's that bad. I think we used to have annual health checkups back in school, too. What kind of checkups? They'd put us all in the same room, measuring heights, weights, running some basic fitness tests. Prissy, where far do they seek the measures of such characteristics? Must you really ask? A full knowledge and analysis of each soldier's status is indispensable intelligence for officers to have on hand. What soldiers? I was talking about my school. Right, so that don't explain shit about what you need to know that, does it? Why'd they find it necessary to spray people with those stinking chemicals to just see if someone's got lice in their clothes? He must have gone through his share of rough checkups too as a kid, I guess. You'll keep asking questions with the most obvious answers. In fact, I've been wondering when they test us. Audis confidently marched to the front of other sinners with an assertive grin, as though she'd been waiting for this very moment. The true purpose of this checkup must be to elect the true authority amongst them. Okay. 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 True authority? But by your parlance, true authority, could it be that you're questioning whom amongst us is our leader? But I'm standing right here. I humbly request that you avoid plaguing yourself with any unnecessary misunderstandings about my suggestion, Executive Manager. Of course, I must preface this with the declaration that there cannot be an iota of doubt toward Executive Manager Dante's authority. Okay. But was this not always a topic of great contention among us? That which of us is most fit to command this squad of sinners? No. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Isn't it Ishmael or maybe Faust? I love you, Sinclair. That's what I thought too. This lack of cohesion is precisely why we always fail to face our enemies as a team. Always scrambling, always underprepared, always taken by surprise. You must always be ready to drop to the ground and give 500 push-ups whenever your superior commands you to do so. Always maintain the willingness to sacrifice your well-being and life for the sake of the glorious victory of your allies. It's all missing. Where's your readiness for self-sacrifice? Okay, Grandma. Let's get you to bed. No one's arguing with you, Otis. Who are you even talking to? So to summarize, the regular checkup entails putting us all in a small room and making us fight to the last understanding? Silence fell upon us at Honglu's succinct summary. Honglu, no. Battle Royale. I've been looking forward to this. Fuck it, I'll give you lot one hell of a fight. My fist used to be bloody and famous in the back streets. Fine, so that's how we're doing this, huh? I'm ready to roll. Guys, this isn't... Okay, so where are we off to? Excuse me. The regular checkup takes place at... The sinners seem to be under some serious misunderstanding about what the regular checkup entailed, but Foss had obviously long given up on correcting them. The headquarters you speak of must be the headquarters of Limbus Company? Yes. Oh, we're finally getting to visit the headquarters, huh? A whole year after they hired us. been a year? We should be right on time upon immediate departure. This instant, thou sayest? Yet my heart is faint prepared. Prissy, allow us some time to prepare our travel provisions. Where's the HQ anyways? Hopefully it's not too far from here. That is a secret. However, I would like to inform you that it exists in a location inaccessible via Mephistopheles. Oh, come on. How are we supposed to get there if you're not going to tell us where it is? Inaccessible via Mephistopheles? You're not about to suggest that we board the warp trains again, are you? I shouldn't ever board the warp trains again. Indeed, we will not be boarding a warp train for this journey. So are we taking the back doors or something? Yeah, good point. Let's take them doors instead. A sound suggestion. However, in lieu of sufficient information regarding each door, the destination may hold an element of randomness. Or, due to the variable nature of its activation period, the resultant destination may not reflect our intended end coordinates. Or, an unexpected closure made passage through the frame may behoove us to bid the company our last farewells and embark on an untimely journey of no return. Are you sure this is a sound suggestion? Then I'd rather take that bloody train instead. At least we wouldn't remember what happened once it's over and done with. Battle Royale. Thank you, Ryoshu. Very cool, Ryoshu. So, further research was necessary to ensure safe transportation to the intended destinations. Further research? Are you implying that you made modifications to Backdoor? A close assessment, however, it would be more accurate to say that the backdoor was merely used as a reference. How did you even make the time for research? Weren't you doing everything with us the whole time? I should have checked if this was voiced or not. Elsia and Faust established multiple communications with a certain new wing aspirant company during the spare hours between our travels to garner multiple cooperation efforts regarding the stabilization of the backdoor. A new wing? Are they looking to take over L-Corp's vacancy or something? Ahaha, L-Corp! Quite sharp, Gregor, but the direction of your intuition could be improved. It is a company seeking to seize the imminent vacancy of the ever-declining W Corp. Oh. W Corp. Is that so? Yeah, that makes sense. Stories of W Corp's decline have been spreading more and more as of late, and I'm not surprised that some companies would consider this to be an opportunity. Newspapers also featured op-eds regarding a possible management crisis at W Corp, with many of them discussing the mysterious disappearances as well. I see. So they've been furtively planning and preparing to take over W Corp's position as a wing. But to supplant a wing even before it falls on its own? Now that's certainly peculiar. They must have something, a scheme perhaps, in the works, and to ally with such ambitious parties is the headquarters looking to start a war of the wings? I, at this moment, am not privy to such details. Miss Otis, we needn't make predictions in such rashness. Recall that W Corp has been mired in troubles both internal and external, having fallen to such desperation as to seek the assistance of our company. It is no wild presumption to predict that it shall crumble ere that advent of such violent pandemonium. For indeed, inefficiency is the bane of technology. Bane of technology that brings ruination to those that fail to overcome it. Our research efforts, however, were quite efficient and successful. Its mechanisms are similar to that of the back door, but eliminates corridor, instead establishing a direct connection from one door to another. A portal, if you will. My god, how long is this? Oh, so you resolved all the aforementioned side effects then? Not quite. Similar difficulties to the aforementioned cases were observed. Sometimes the accuracy of the target destination coordinates were lacking, or in other cases the activation period would be cut short, causing the door to shut prematurely and amputate the subject as they were traversing between doors. There has been much progress in the stabilization efforts, however, minimizing pentasection incidents. Most recent incidents have been limited to bisections. Bisection certainly is an improvement over a pentasection. They both sound equally awful to me. I would not behold my own left and right shoes so cruelly sundered, forced to be so far upon our coming to the headquarters. Well, well, all this idle chatter of unnecessary concerns tells me that your bus life may have been too uneventful lately. Looks like the research arrived while you were wasting time. I saw a large and unfamiliar vehicle through the window. Is that the vehicle? It's got no windows though. How tiresome. Now off the bus. Okay, I'm gonna take some sort of medicine. 1 sec. Let's see. I have a oh, it's so bad. Okay, we'll save up for this. And these two. I think we can get all of these, honestly. Once we disembark the bus. Okay, I cannot talk with this in my mouth. Once we disembark the bus, we made our way into this unfamiliar vehicle of sorts. Its interior was mostly metallic, filled to the brim with convoluted-looking machines, and on the opposite end of the entrance, a massive door loomed over us. This is... Assistance from P Corp in the process of developing this device was indispensable. Wait, that means... In cohorts with young Cesara, are you? Big eyes! Oh day! Much did I aspire to regale her with the tale of the contract's glorious completion, of mine heroism and bravery. 'Tis quite unfair of sea to meet her by a lonesome young Faust. I sing Don Quixote like Cesara. Your concerns will be taken into account next time. Faust seemed relieved. Ah, worries he not, for thou hast availed us the sites of Limbus Company headquarters. Cites has been touted for. There are numerous reasons for which you were yet to be allowed into the headquarters, but as it would be a fruitless effort to explicate them all, we will not cover that subject here. Phew. Glad to hear we're not sitting through another lecture. The primary reason is, however, that there were several limitations to bringing the members of our department to the headquarters, brought upon by frequent trans-nest movements and irregular scheduling of our missions. Oh my god, they're transing the nets. No way. Why'd you say all that if you were gonna explain anyway? Wait, more importantly, what's it about collaboration with P Corp? Boy, here we go again. P Corp's singularity can be summarized by the following 4 words. Expansive space warping technology. Oh, right. Didn't you say that Mrs. Zara told you something about how the principle of P Corp singularity is a lot of like how La Mancha works? Right. La Mancha was much larger on the inside than it looked from the outside. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Don't other wings already make liberal use of different kinds of space expanding singularities? It's... how should I put this? Isn't it a bit too mundane of a city tech for P Corp to call space manipulation its unique thing? That was quite the intelligent question. Compliments! Oh, nice. Ishmael is correct in suggesting that technology to expand a given space is commonly employed technology by other wings as well. An example of one such invention making use of the space expansion technology but isn't a P-Corp singularity would be Mephistopheles. The ultimate purpose of P-Corp's space expansion technology is to create the safest place in the world. Oh! 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 If you watch my LobCorp season, my LobCorp streams, because we have the safest place on Earth. Oh, so that's a peak. Oh, a perfectly protected construct. Its interior is sheltered from the world outside, no matter how severely its exterior is battered. To have a sound structural integrity, no matter what, its interior is safe from any and all harm. Therefore, the more expensive the P-Corp product is, the safer its interior is from damaging outside conditions such as extreme pressure or shock, or a bunch of abnormalities. Anagebra. Perhaps the way in which the interior is completely insulated from the outside is comparable to a full disconnect from the outside world by sheltering in a separate dimension. In conclusion, the exterior of this vehicle utilizes P-Corp singularity, which means that it can protect its interior from all forms of impact, not to mention that it has enough room to hold more than 13 people inside. Don't dimensional trunks or containers also transport things to other dimensions? Sink, why are you freezing up all of a sudden? There was this creepy story that used to circulate among kids back when I was in school. Here's how it goes. So, a Deviat's association employee makes a delivery to a house, then looks away for a second. And a curious kid crawls into their courier trunk and... I'm gonna stop the story here. Look, the story kept me up at night for a whole week, okay? I couldn't stop having nightmares about the scenario where... Hey, come on. Sometimes the story is just a story. Not necessarily. Unfortunately, the story that inspired Sinclair's week-long nightmares was most likely an accurate retelling of a true story. Several regulations were added to Hana and Devia's association's rules to prevent cases of people being stored in dimensional containers. From a certain perspective, it may be said that the warp technology employed by W Corp shares a degree of similitude. Right, so we know LobCorp has, like, ties with pretty much every single wing in the city, which is why its downfall is such a big deal. So is that how the Abnors get transported? Because they had a thing with P-Corp? The parallel lies in the fact that it also transports humans to a different dimension, the difference being that they are packaged in a safe manner. Therefore, perhaps enough of a connection exists to say that they operate on the same scale. Anywho, the point is that we'll always have access to the headquarters as long as we have this vehicle thing, right? This will certainly make the logistics of communication and supply much more convenient. One question, however, how does the company plan to move this instrument, as I expect that would be much trouble on its own? Has the detail been hashed out yet? No. In order to establish a more tangible level of communication with Limbus company headquarters, an effective means of transportation such as this vehicle will be installed in the nests across the city. In summary, an efficient means of transportation such as this vehicle here, developed using P-Corp and the aspirant W Corp's technology, will gradually be installed at various points across the city. In every nest? Of course not. The technology is still experimental. It is astronomically expensive to install and operate. Virgilius gave us a firm clarification. Activating now. Foss tinkered with various machines and contraptions within the vehicle, and the giant door from earlier began to tremble, making a loud noise. Wherefore is that gate over yonder shutting off so? energies now linked are rowing toward that gate. Sorry, I still haven't finished the strong medicine. That's why I'm still talking a bit weird. When the gauge displays around the glowing door filled, the door began to slowly open. Entering now. When it fully opened, Foss made her way inside like it was just another door. Well, let's follow her inside. There was a bizarre and incomprehensible noise of machines, coupled with a low droning noise. Yes, we have arrived. Welcome to the Limbus Company headquarters. This place is teeming with people dressed in all sorts of odd outfits walking briskly between their busy schedules. I hear heavy doors opening and closing from here and there, alongside that odd sensation I've been feeling from time to time. It's the floor of the LCE department. LCE? Hopefully we'll let you proudly stride in through the HQ's front gate one day.
가자, 죽이라.
They're wearing egos. Right. Are we waiting for something to happen? Or else suddenly unfamiliar with the concept of introducing ourselves? Given that no one appears to be willing to introduce me, allow me the liberty of self-introduction. My name is Hohenheim, the chief researcher of this company. To be precise, he's the chief researcher of the LCE department. I like this update, like they're doing a lot more camera movements. I feel like it adds a lot of character to things instead of making it so static. I like that. I like that little detail. To be more precise, I am the chief researcher responsible for the entirety of Limbus Company. To be even more precise, the only reason he retains that role is because Isan and I have been excluded from the research personnel files due to our status as sinners. Someone must stay behind to continue the research, after all. I love her beef with people. So you two are friends? Okay. While it seems entirely unnecessary to establish a label on this relationship, it could be said that we are acquaintances who routinely and unwillingly maintain a regular level of communication with one another. I am in agreement. For the first time since we were acquainted. I hear that the department has reached out several times to yours to remind you of this regular checkup. The nature of the LCB department necessitates that we are constantly on the move from one nest to another, which makes it rather difficult for us to give you an immediate reply. I would have expected someone like you to already be well aware of this obvious detail. Yes, I was very well aware. I'm also quite aware of the fact that your department has been giving us the same reply over and over again like an answer machine. And this must be Dante, the executive manager of the Limbus Company Sinners. I'd like to say hi, nice to meet you, but I don't suppose he can hear what I'm saying. The manager extends their greetings. Charmed. It is grueling and arduous work to be in a position of leadership, especially when communication issues come into play. Sometimes I cannot help but wonder if my researchers and I are even speaking the same language, so I do commiserate. Okay. Ooh! They're all wearing ego, though. Why are they wearing ego? How odd. Their clothes are... Yes. Allow me to introduce you all to Martin and Lisa, two of the few researchers directly in my command. Are they wearing gear extracted from abnormalities? But how? I bet you have someone who recognizes them. Are they like gears scavenged from the former L Corp? While there are partial similarities to the gears, enough differences are present to distinguish them. Indeed, we attempted our own brand of extractions, successfully, I might add. Oh. While the news of the production of Ego Gear in Limbus Company style was already received, this is the very first time they are observed in person. So, you must have abnormalities contained in this facility. So that's why I've been sensing abnormalities in here, huh? But I'm sensing distortions and Pecatula too. Indeed, as they are containment and research subjects for LC department as well. Boss closely observed the ego gear Hohenheim was wearing like an exceptionally harsh judge in a fashion contest. Apart from a few imperfections in the finish, the level of ego extraction visible here is quite acceptable. Input appreciated. This is a product of thousands of repeated experiments and subsequent failures that have been meticulously conducted and studied in order to extract it with an acceptable level of stability. But at the end of the day, I did it. Like I always do. You did it? Are you sure you want to take all the credit when your team is standing right behind you? We're used to it. Oh, piss off. I'm going mad surrounded by these self-absorbed twats. I'm just about ready to get violent on some poor bastard. Let's get on with the checkup so we can get back to the bus, yeah? I feel the very same urgency you express. There is much we must cover, regrettably, given that this is the first ever regular checkup performed as a group since your employment. Boss also does not wish to pass more time without substance. Let us begin. Very well. Our first task shall be to assess your abilities in response to emergency situations. Wait, he just pressed some emergency situations? The walls of the laboratory suddenly started separating and sliding into place. When it settled, I realized that it had locked the sinners away in some kind of hold, isolating them from me, Virgilius, and Karen. What the hell? This is just an ambush. Yes, it is. The purpose of this test is to measure your behaviors and response in case of a surprise attack. To ambush this. Was this discussed beforehand, Virgilius? You look anxious, Dante. Well, I suppose you weren't let in on this either. I wasn't, for your information. Just go with your flow, Dante. So it goes would be an apt response. I'll find a room somewhere where Karen and I might sit down and enjoy some nice tea. Come find me with Foss once this is over. I left and Virgilius like, bye. Karen wants cake too. Oh, hey, we've got some leftover cake from a last office party. Come this way, please. I love Martin, he's so cute. I loved him. An employee appeared and led Virgilius and Karen away into a nearby office room. Okay, so this is the regular checkup, huh? Let's get this done.
순식간에 끝내죠.
Oh my god, I finally finished the throat candy.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
흐드러졌구려.
직접 열어드리죠.
보자 너.
기대해라.
Oh my god, please. You oh. Cliff.
피워보지.
영원히 잠들어라.
피워보지.
느려졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽군.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
너 또한 용서할 테니
직접
밝게 열어젖힌다.
피워보지.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
가까워진다. 항해 끝.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 자, 이쪽입니다. 승리를 위해서라면
보자 너.
흐드러졌구려.
Cool.
가까워진다. 항해 끝.
Good lord.
문지를 열어젖히라.
한 놈.
다시 못살게 구는 일은 없을 것이오.
Wins for various tests, including command ability trials using Pekatula and Vidya. Ha! Master Esquire! Hey ho! I have attained the score post perfect! To be surpassed by Miss Don Quixote is a contest of knowledge. Must I delve further in my studies? Isang, but they were testing a Fixer Association knowledge, huh? Totally. Honestly, she's got more than enough Fixer fixation for the entire bus. All kinds of general knowledge, trivia quizzes. What's the first thing you focus on when meeting a new person? A look in their eyes? How strong they look? Bloody hell, this ain't easy. Your leadership style is strong, decisive, and goal-oriented. You are Massault? We were finally allowed a quick break after going through all kinds of mysterious, strange personality tests as well. Next, basic fitness test for all sinners. We can finally get started in the real meat of this checkup. Wait, then what were all those tests you guys were running on us? They were conducted in order to collect various data that the LCE department has been missing. In other words, we capitalized on this opportunity to fulfill our private curiosities. Still, I'd say it was very productive. We now know a lot about you guys that will help us support the LCP going forward. Alright, we're gonna go over some tests that can be conducted in groups first. Please form a line here. What, like this? I love, she's just like, oh, she's so tiny. Almost so fucking tall. Is he like exactly 180 or so? Oh my god, 10 centimeters of height. Okay. Let's get this over with. Looks like we've got a long day ahead of us. Hijote, put your head down. You are not that tall. Wow, these are some comfy clothes they've given us. Right? I could totally see myself wearing these to sleep. To sleep? They're LCE property, so you better return them as soon as we're done here. Gotcha. By the way, can you take a look at my wrist here before we actually get started? I've been feeling a bit of soreness there, but Dante won't turn the clock for just me, you know. Turning of the clock for such trivialities may cause the formation of unfavorable habit. Perhaps an assault can remedy your pain. I am always prepared to administer necessary aid should you request it. Actually, you know what? I'm totally fine now. Don't you worry. Please stand still. If you think I can see some of you on your tiptoes, you'd be very wrong. Heels on the ground, please. But my heels are on the ground? And, can you snuff out your cigarette before the test begins? Absolutely the fuck not. Oh, this one isn't lit. It's just there so I can look. Uh-huh. What about bold, but scram? Okay, so the basic group tests are complete. I seem to have forgotten something quite important I had established prior to beginning the test in earnest. I need an assistant. An assistant? I need an assistant to help me smooth out the testing procedures. You got 2 of them already, right behind you if you need directions. Oh, we're not Mr. Hohenheim's assistants, we're specifically assistant researchers. Yes, of course. There's much that distinguishes these 2 occupations. I would like for one of you to be my assistant for the duration of this checkup. Roger suddenly raises her hand. I wasn't planning on asking for volunteers, but now that you've raised your hand, I'll give you the floor. Don't ask me to do it, it's just not my vibes, you know? I'll take a researcher job though. I'm a big fan of her style. Roger trailed off, greedily caressing the clothes of one of the researchers. What are you doing? I didn't really have you in mind anyway, but duly noted nonetheless. I would also like to refuse your nomination. The position of an assistant to Hohenheim implies that the said assistant is, when it comes to skill, inferior to the person they are assisting. Again, I didn't have you in mind either, but your passionate expression of intent is nonetheless appreciated. I wonder who came up with this brilliant idea of putting 2 smartasses together to waste time pointing out each other's minor mistakes. If I were to talk about myself, I want to open by saying that I was a class vice president in school, a diligent model student who assiduously facilitated the task of the class president. What's with everyone getting so anxious to get picked here? Do you fellows actually want to be his assistant? Getting the front and center of things is just bothersome, you know? I kind of felt like I had to apply for this position for some reason. Well, the decision has already been made. Do note that the selection criteria is fully based on my very subjective opinion. You there, orange-haired sinner. Ishmael almost threw me to the ground as she confidently strode up to the front of the line. Oof. Greetings, Mr. Hohenheim. As you must be aware if you've taken a look at my documents, I've rarely let anyone down during my various tenures at office and associations. You'll have nothing to worry as long as I'm by your side. Also, can I add this experience to my resume if I ever get the chance to submit a transfer request to work at the headquarters? I didn't know you were still holding on to that hope. I called on you to ask you to move because you were standing in front of the sinner I chose. Everyone turned around to look at Heathcliff, who was absent-mindedly scratching at the bridge of his nose. Huh? Me? Huh? Me? It seems that Ishmael was even more shocked than Heathcliff was. Wait, but why? I'm right here! Why would you pick someone like... It's a common misconception among many researchers to assume that the higher their level of education and the more elaborate their resume, the better candidate one makes for a research project participant. But that's just common sense, isn't it? At least when it comes to research. However, were you aware that most great discoveries are made from a potent mix of spontaneity and intuition? Perfect descriptor for a friend here, I would say. What say you, Heathcliff? I believe that this aggressive and passionate approach of yours gives you more than sufficient qualification to command and lead them in my stead. Is that right? He replied, scratching his head. Be honest now, Isam. You were kinda looking forward to getting picked, weren't ya? It is but fate that things that were once good in the eyes of the mainstream are to be made less desirable with the passage of time. Fuck, okay. Isam, buddy. And when one does indeed fall out of favor, the intelligentsia of the bygone days must rightly excuse themselves to the realm of memories and past. Isang replied with a particularly downcast look. I'm glad to have you on board as my new assistant. Rightio, so... what have I got to do now? Nothing too complicated. You only need to liberally express your free spirit, just as you are now. Uh-huh. Now I see what he's doing. Hohenheim sure knows which one of the group to coax to make things go over smoothly. Martin whispered quietly at me in a voice that only I could hear. I like Martin. Hello!
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
Why are we doing more story?
주인공 의상이 오늘따라
Nice
한층 더 돋보이네.
round!
누구 작품이겠나?
Oh, he looks so dapper. Look at him. Heathcliff seemed eager to, as Hohenheim had suggested, express his free spirit to the best of his capabilities. Right, you there. Get in line. Single file, lads. Let's make this easy for all of us. But aren't you also participating in the test with the rest of us, Heathcliff? He does. I think it suits him. I like how he has the jacket on. I like it. Yeah, but I'm the assistant. Oh, they're so silly. They're so silly. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I'm going like, for once I'm going in like completely blind, which is very rare for me because usually my entire timeline gets filled with like spoilers. But I guess this time around my timeline has decided to not fill up with Limbus company, so I'm going in pretty blind, honestly. Since when do you wear glasses? Glasses are basic apparatuses of all researchers. Look, slightly pushing up on the glasses helps to put on the air of a studious limbed individual. Like so. Oh, I love him, he's stupid. Oh, you're so silly. The likelihood of him surviving is very low. Yes! The anime class. I like how Ryoshi's just like, I'm gonna beat the shit out of them. Just like how slightly pushing up the frames of my glasses while wondering what to have for lunch makes it seem as though I am contemplating on the more profound aspects of life. I love Martin. I love Martin's. I think out of all of the three of them, Martin's my favorite. I like him. Oi, let's not make this any harder than it's gotta be. Lass, enough of that steak on your mouse. Been a while since I heard a pig squeal. Blimey, can you just do as I say for once? Huh. He's actually pretty effective. It seems that we are now ready to conduct the tests, finally. The primary purpose of this test is to see on a physical level how your current abilities scale compared to yourselves before your hiring. I see, so they're trying to see how much they've progressed since before they joined the company. I had a feeling this would happen, but the mere mention of the words progression caused a rather loud ruckus among the sinners. If I were to speak for myself, Executive Manager, I can confidently say that the thought of progressing as a person and in all aspects of life is ingrained into my very being. Thus, as a fruit of those efforts, I have grown to be much more precise and scathing in my critique of others' mistakes. Is that progress, though? Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. I love you, Yusai. Perhaps I have learned to let certain thoughts rest in favor of others. Sorry, the fucking music change just took me out for a second. I once allowed myself to be trapped in overlong ruminations on worries of all manners, idly abiding as I was consumed by my very thoughts. Now, I have come to accept certain things as they are. Oh! And I've come to, sometimes, allow my mind to form bereft of rigorous reason. Floating away gently, as though on a rolling stream, is that not quite pleasant? Okay, I guess that is progression of sorts. I'm pretty sure I'm less of a picky eater than I used to be. My grip strength is much stronger too. Whoa! Look, I think I'm getting calluses on my palms. Oh, you're so cute, Sinclair. Well, you don't really have to try to prove it to us. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. One second, the cats need to get out of my room. The beasts have been released. Because the enemies we're fighting have been getting stronger too. That's an undeniable truth. We did experience a pretty spectacular year, you know. A brutal year, yet so pointed with significance. True. I guess growth really does come with time, huh? Right? I feel like the bonds between us got a lot deeper. We've all grown closer, you know? Like glue. Like glue, huh? I like it. A certain misunderstanding seems to be brewing in tandem with this uplifting exchange of heart-to-hearts. Allow me to step in and nip it in the bud. Let me give it to you straight. All of your abilities were diminished the moment you were hired by this company. Equally defanged and depowered, if you will. Equally defanged? In other words, all of your abilities have been brought down to the, to the same general level as our 11th sinner here. Why am I your point of reference? Rip Sinclair. If this is what you meant earlier by growing closer, like glue, then I suppose it was quite the apt choice of words. Oi, take that back. I take it back. Not. So you're not really that much stronger than I am, huh? Sinclair. Wow, Sink. Is that the sound of your sense of self-preservation shattering into the ether? That's it, you bloody... Did he almost say... Okay. Excuse me? I need to know why that happened. Did we all get depowered because of the golden bow? Wait, does this have anything to do with those chains that appeared when we first entered into a contract with Dante? Indeed. One of the powers of a golden bow is connection. You're now all fairly, evenly, and equally mediocre. Sinclair's face, he's like, I'm gonna kill this dude. Oheim's comment and the subsequent stare seem to be targeted. Think of it as something akin to cliff of deterrence employed by the Plotting Corporation. Oh. So, the truth is finally revealed. This was why I, Otis, grew so pathetically weak the moment I joined this company. Are Sam implying that Sal has always known? Of course! Had I been in my prime, I could have wiped the floor with you miserable doormats in a matter of seconds. You wipe floors with doormats? Man, we're all so prone to saying whatever once the burden of proof is gone, huh? So that's why my murderous arms been quiet ever since they hired me. Didn't really have anything to do with my heart after all. Trigger. Oh, what's the use of all the chatter? What matters is that we've all been brought down to the level of the lad. But I got oh, Sinclair! But I got calluses on my palms. I love you, Sinclair. I love you, Sinclair. Yet, not all of the Golden Bow's effects must have been of detriment to us. Isang started, carefully attempting to navigate through a conversation that appeared to be turning into a tinderbox. Isang's like, okay, let's not fight, guys, come on. Was it not the advantage granted to us by the Golden Bow impaled in the pallid whale of the Great Lake by which we triumph? What, really? Correct. Had the pallid whale been at its full strength, it is highly likely that we may still have been trapped inside its stomach, struggling to survive. Also, it can also be said that the diminishing effect was not applied in equal measure across all affected subjects. That makes sense, I guess. I never could have knocked Hess out with one punch if I was only as strong as Zinc. It's a real handy trick, you know. Additionally, certain individual quirks cannot be suppressed by the Golden Bow. Certain quirks that one may consider to be an individual's idiosyncrasies. Oh, so that explains Ryoshi's impressive blade work with Mr. Bumble back at the T-Corp factory. Heh, won't waste my breath boasting. You never do anyway. Well, if your strengths have indeed progressed since the onboarding, then the average must have risen as well. One of the purposes of this test is to measure that very difference. So, what exactly goes into these tests? I know there's a district that uses a machine that can analyze most aspects of the subject with a quick scan. So, is it going to be something like that? There are dozens, if not hundreds, of ways to determine one's abilities without the assistance of machinery. In fact, I know of a perfectly appropriate methodology for this group. A perfectly appropriate methodology? We spent some time out of our busy schedules to tailor each test for each center of LCB. That was pretty tough, I'll have you guys know. Tailor test for each center, huh? I don't really like the sound of that, as you ask me. If they tailor the tests... We will utilize the Pekatula and the distortion phenomenon. Huh, that doesn't sound much like some super innovative method you were building up to. What a letdown. Right? Honestly, for all their talk, I thought they'd come up with something more impressive than that. Assistant, alright, that's enough chatter. Now get in there. Yeah, how are they gonna measure, like, dawn? Oh.
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
I'll go in with these two for now, but...
이 대검은 당신의 검이자 방패가 되어.
I might have to change it. Let's see. First one on the blocks. Esquus had already begun flipping through the papers in his hands. What an unfamiliar sight. Right, you and you there, inside now. Hescliff the assistant pointed toward Honglu and Sinclair. Hello? 1, 2, testing. Am I coming through? As you must be well aware by now, the Pekatula are entities that have failed to even distort. It it seems like we'll be fighting the Pekatula again. Oh, right. I have a question. It's something that's been nagging at me the whole time since I arrived. Aren't these tests basically just us killing people for no reason? They're all safely contained, which means that they don't pose any danger to anyone. What's he being such a bleeding heart all of a sudden? Oi, we've been slaughtering countless scores of those sots, so what's the hold up now? Yeah, but we didn't have any choice back then because we were on a mission, and... Do you believe that taking a life to live is unlike taking a life for the sake of it? I do. I understand. It seems that human memory is, after all, made to be finite. Save for a few exceptional individuals, people are prone to misplacing memories, even from yesterday. So, who are they, Dante? Who do you believe they are, this group you lead? Why is it being turned on me? Given the expected communication difficulties between us, allow me to make this a multiple choice question. 1. Family. 2. Friends. 3. Colleagues. I guess they're closest to colleagues? Dante says 3 colleagues. Honglu was practically squished against the containment unit window, holding up his fingers. He must have heard us talking. I really wish they would draw that out. It sounds so funny. I love you. Incorrect. It's none of the above. The truth is that they are sinners. Not family, not friends, not colleagues. Prisoners. I know. But the knowledge of something and the acceptance of it must be distinguished. I learned that people are prone to forgetting their places when the going gets easy. When life becomes comfortable enough for them to consider the luxury of timely meals to be a certainty. Thus, I find these reminders to be quite useful. The sinners, bound to Limbus company, are still fettered by their chains and shackles. Naturally, they have no access to such a thing as the right to refuse. Okay, this took a turn. Or would it be easier for you to accept the fact that if I were to suggest that you consider this but a mere extension of your responsibilities? I know they're sinners, but you can't talk to them like... translations are unnecessary. I think I get the picture of what was said, given the atmosphere of this room. Dante, when you agreed to the contract, you must have made a deal of sorts, to gain something to your benefit. Am I correct? Your memories, your head, and your past. There must be so much that you would like to know, and perhaps your desire to get them back is what stops you from simply quitting. What I mean to say with this little demonstration is that no one in this room has any right to grumble or refuse. Faust is usually... Yes, this is his usual demeanor. Hello? I know I'm not the one to talk, but you don't exactly have a lot of friends, do you? Those who rise above their peers tend to attract a certain degree of hostility from others. Now, shall we begin? We're severely behind schedule. Okay. While the combatants do what they do, please pay attention to the following presentation about the Pekatula projected onto the glass panel. This lecture has been prepared with the assumption that its students have an average level of knowledge, so if you consider this presentation to be boring or too difficult to understand, then you may consider your knowledge level to be below average. All this material seems quite elementary to me. Not sure what's so difficult about this. I love you, Heathcliff. Yeah, save that for when the lecture actually starts. As you must already know, there are 7 categories of Pekatula. And as far as I am aware, the highest stage of Pekatula you observed was in stage 3, so far at least. I thought this thou utter a little muttering of so far at least at the end of sign words, good sir? Sharp. Well, it's simple. We researchers have a habit of avoiding absolutes in all things. Never say never, or so they say. So you're not ruling out the possibility that we might be running into Pekatula beyond stage 3, huh? Indeed. We prefer not to put down such arbitrary limitations. Anyway, the first type of many Pekatula to be covered today is Pekatula irae, red Pekatula mafras. The nature of fire is to burn and burn until there is nothing left to be burned. I see. They're quite literally burning with rage. Now that I think back on it, didn't you express something like that before, Sinclair? I remember you screaming so fiercely that you could hardly control your own body. Oh, okay. If I remember correctly, Honglu doesn't have Ras, right? Like, he has not a single skill that does Ras. And I don't know if he has anything that requires RAS. He might, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any ID that creates RAS, while Sinclair does have like several. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever seen you get angry or upset, Honglu. Okay, so then the pairings is basically you have a lot of this thing, and this other one has basically none of that, and that's why they're being paired together, is my assumption? Uh-huh. That's because the realization of meaninglessness extinguishes the reason for the spark to start a fire. Oh, I see now. No matter how much Heathcliff or Miss Otis bully me, expressing my anger at that is meaningless at the end of the day. Okay, I did enjoy it a little when I had to accidentally step up on Heathcliff's toes, but what exactly is the takeaway supposed to be here? Yes, that is exactly how it is.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 이 틈에 제 뒤로. 이 틈에 제 뒤로. 굳게 닫힌 지성을 직접 밝게 열어젖힌다.
Good Lord, Honglu.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 열어젖힌다. 위험 인물 배제. 신병 확보하겠습니다. 직접 열어드리죠. 이 틈에 제 뒤로.
Honestly, part of me is quiet because I just really like the music. I'm just like silently enjoying the music.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 이 틈에 제 뒤로. 위험 인물 배제. 밝게 열어젖힌다. 밝게 열어젖힌다.
I forgot about this motherfucker existing. Oh, okay.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
I'm excited for Honglu's chapter the most, honestly. He is my fave. I love my little guy. And he got staggered, okay. Honglu, buddy!
이 틈에 제 뒤로. 아! 요리에 대한 지식은 크게 도움이 안 되었나?
Whoop!
신병 확보하겠습니다. 이 틈에 제 뒤로.
Maybe I do need to change Honglu's thing.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 아!
Okay. I'll change Honglu to K Corp.
조금 두루두루 공부를 해야 했던 걸까요? 하나에 너무 몰입하는 건.
Think. Yeah, I'll keep this for now. Because I'm not sure if I actually have
이 대검은 당신의 검이자 방패가 돼요.
to level him up actually. Okay.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
That should kill it. That should kill this one. That should kill that one.
적출할게요. 헷! 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 완전히 녹아내렸네. 완전히 녹아내렸네. 위험인물 배제. 위험인물
Okay, good.
배제. 위험인물
Perfect.
배제.
Okay.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Just so it's faster, I'm just gonna win raid. Unless there's ones that are staggered. Yeah, we can do that.
적출할게요. 헷! 다시 복구하긴
Okay,
힘들걸요?
perfect. Oh man. Okay, there you go. Good. Okay, now let's see. You have 87. Do I have any that like would give me? Oh, okay, so I do need to do two here. Do this.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 다시 복구하긴 힘들걸요? 위험물
Perfect.
배제.
Good.
위험물
Okay, good.
배제. 신병 확보하겠습니다. 핫! 핫! 아이고,
Why do you hate him? Good lord!
어라. 결국 앰플이 과주입됐고.
Okay, this might be. Oh, is all allies at 50? Okay. We're gonna do some level ups. Oh boy.
의뢰는 실패했어요.
This is gonna take a sec. I don't have enough shred. I really need to work on getting shred so I can use these. My question is, should I maybe switch to his? I'm gonna go back to this one. Okay.
진리를 열기 위해
Oh boy. I would like to not have to do a detour into grinding.
출력 안정화. 됐다. 직접
It is specifically the first hit
열어드리죠.
with the big enemy that causes all those problems. I think for the first round, I might just do defense and see if that permits.
열어졌습니다. 자, 하! 출력 안정화. 해초네요. 열어졌습니다.
So if I were to do this, well, no, I don't need to do this for this one. I need to do it for the big guy.
출력 안정화. 됐다. 자. 하. 자. 성능 좋고. 하. 출력 안정화. 직접다.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
Okay, now we're gonna do the... Because this does a lot of damage.
출력 안정화. 됐다.
아이고. 요리에 대한 지식은 크게 도움이 안 되었나?
Okay, I'm understanding. So I cannot... Oh god, this is gonna be a fucking doozy. Okay.
조금 두루두루 공부를 해야 했던 걸까요?
Oh boy.
하나에 너무 몰입.
이
It's fine.
당신의 거미자 방패가 되어.
Trial and error.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라. 직접 하! 열어드리죠. 직접 하! 열어드리죠.
위험인물 배제.
This is probably one of those fights that I'll just have to come back to.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
위험인물 배제.
굳게 닫힌 지성을
위험인물 배제. 위험인물 배제.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라. 직접 하! 열어드리죠. 밝게 열어젖힌다.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 이 틈에 제 뒤로. 핫! 핫! 위험인물 배제.
밝게 열어젖힌다.
Okay. I'm gonna do is that. However, I do this.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 진이겨 버리겠어.
Okay, so the avoiding thing does not matter.
환상의 세계로
Okay.
들어가 보죠.
God, it's been so long I forgot some of the normal stuff for the game.
아이고.
That's fine, that's fine. Fuck my life.
신병 확보하겠습니다. 핫! 히! 하! 여기에는 네 약한 부분도 쓰여 있지. 자, 여기. 핫! 히! 하! 어두운 무지를 열어줬지요. 하! 밝게 열어줍시다.
I'm definitely gonna have to come back to this if I want to get the full win with the HP above. But I'll probably come back to it like on my own time.
자, 잘 해결한 것 같네요. 뭘 더 했어야 했던가요?
Because I have to do... What the fuck is the turn limit, buddy?
원하신다. 투입이군요.
Okay, this is gonna be Okay. I could change to him. Well.
오늘도 부디 정신을 유지할 수 있기를.
Next up, you three. Let's get in there. Indoor voice will do, but we can hear you just fine without you shouting at the top of your lungs. Now, let's discuss Picatulum Pigurte, sloths. Stones are sturdy, but that's all there is to them. They are directionless and unmoving, completely surrendered to inertia. They are trapped in their current lot in existence until someone else comes along to roll them away. Truly, there is no better symbol for sloths than them. It is efficient to live without the bounds of rigidly established routines. Getting lumped in with these two is making me real self-conscious of all of a sudden. Like I'm just some lazy incompetent. Do not compare yourself to Foss, Gregor. Should Foss become the point of reference for one's competency, the overwhelming majority of the city's population would be deemed incompetent. I'll admit that I'm not the most diligent person in the room, but I'm taking back that comment about being incompetent. Check this out, fellas. I'm not that rusty just yet. Charging alone into danger posts is too late. It will be harder than expected. Let us provide assistance. Oh boy. See, these are usually easy as fuck to beat for me, but I need to... Oh god, okay. Okay. We're starting off strong.
전열이 무너졌군.
I want toast. Might do a quick BRB to get toast.
이 또한 영원히 잠들어라. 영원히 잠들어라. 꿰뚫려라. 생명 활동의 정지를 확인했다.
Okay, good.
정화. 깨어라.
이곳은 위험합니다.
고회는 나중에. 정화. 기록은 끝났습니다. 남은 건 그대를 자유케 하는 것.
I'll do a quick BRB after the fight. Get some
또한
food.
용서할 테니. 피를.
정화.
이 또한 용서할 테니. 꿰뚫려라. 전열이 무너졌군.
Also, I do not think I'm getting this under 9 turns.
깨어라. 흙으로. 흙으로. 정화.
피를. 자, 버텨보라고.
딱 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
피로부터 피어올라 아름다운 꽃이 나는 기꺼이 그대를 취하리라.
Oh boy. Edgar, the coin has to be flipped on heads, not tails. Yeah, no, this is gonna take a while.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
기록은 끝났습니다.
I'm pretty sure, like, it has,
그대를 자유케 하는 것.
like, immunity to pierce, it has immunity to bash, I'm pretty sure it even has immunity to slash, or at least, like, neutral for it. That's cool.
떨려라.
Yeah, it has, okay, so it just has immunity for all of them. Listen to it. Or just send it. No.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
This would probably be faster to do, and it's probably the way it's intended to. With like bleed and burn would probably be the biggest help here. And, you know, it not fucking guarding its body.
정화.
이 또한 용서할 테니 영원히 잠들어.
I killed it in 10. I killed it in 10. Oh, I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm gonna go get myself some toast. Because I'm hungry and I deserve it after that fucking shit show.
갈증을 채우는 일 따위가 있어서
Be right back, guys. Give me like a minute or two. I got toast. Yippee. Oh boy. Okay, who am I getting for this though? Okay.
나를 볼
좋아.
밧줄 단단
카니발 타임.
Next up. Gluttony. Roots of plants dig through the dirt in search of nutrients. What distinguishes them is, however, that they are not satisfied with satiation alone. The roots continue to grow, seeking an increasingly greater supply of nutrients. Hang on a minute, what's this? Escliffe, after flipping through a few more pages ahead, looked up at Hohenheim and shouted, "Are we really going to do this song and dance for each and every one of these Pegatulum? Why don't we lump them together like how you've prayed up us as sinners?" Huh, running low on patience already? Only simpletons would make such a basic suggestion. It's standard protocol, in case you weren't aware. I'm also happy about this process, but sometimes we must swallow our complaints and do as we're told, for the sake of proper test results. Make a valid proposition. What? Very well. Also fail to see the necessity in fighting the Specatulae one by one, especially given the busy schedule ahead of us. Your suggestion is accepted, assistant. Huh? What? Really? Aren't you the one who suggested it? It might in fact be because Interval. I am having a lot of fun so far. If we don't have to fight them one by one anyway, then why didn't we do this from the start? Because testing them one by one yields a more accurate result. Studies suggest that the margin of error may grow by 0.06% when testing multiple entities at once. I see, but I say the benefits of a smaller margin of error outweighs the convenience of lumping them all together. Why don't we proceed as planned? Bloody hell, just let it go, yeah? Yeah, Otis, come on. This very carelessness is why I think we can risk a 0.06% greater margin of error, right? Indeed, it is sometimes necessary to prioritize efficiency over the pursuit of perfection. I will abide by the executive manager's judgment. Very well, then allow me to explain Pecatula morositatis, gloom as well. Oh yeah, no, this interval is beating my ass with the requirements to like full clear. Have you ever immersed yourselves in deep waters? Quite easy to sink to the depths, no? However, the deeper one sinks, the harder does it become to rise again. The pressure suffocates you from all directions, no matter how much you thrash around, desperately looking for something to grab onto. All you find is futility, such as gloom. I suppose one of the few benefits of working for this company is that its constant motion gives no time for such emotions to drag us down. Especially now that I have some level of confidence that they might actually keep their end of the contract. Oh, sounds like a disagreement is brewing. Even after I've joined the bus team, I still feel like I'm floundering deep in some ditch, you know? Though, I'm only here because I want to be here, but still. Are you sure you're in that ditch by choice? Maybe you just don't know how to rise to the surface again. Haha, I don't appreciate hearing that from someone who doesn't even know what I'm talking about. Well, it's all ready now. In you go. You too, assistant. You aren't exempt from the tests. Huh? Me too? Perfect timing. I've been getting a bit tired of all this mental exercise. Right then, let's wrap this up quick.
보자 너. 가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
기대해라.
Okay, so far haven't gotten.
가자.
늘어져 가까워진다. 항해의 끝.
기원을 갖춘 놈
Yeah,
그대로 무너져라.
걸려라. 자, 한 건 했고.
perfect. Okay. I think I can permit one self-destruction.
보자 너. 자. 늘어졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽군.
실밥이 터졌나? 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
자,
기원을 갖추는 놈과 그대로 무너져라.
보자 너.
Perfect.
자,
Good.
한 건 했고.
Perfect.
가까워진다.
Okay.
항해의 끝.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 승리를 위해서라면
I'm still mad about the previous one that was like do it in 9 turns because I did it in 10. Did it in 10 fucking turns.
걸려라.
Okay, perfect. Okay.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
No.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 기대해라. 승리를 위해서라면
So why did they decide the Picatula needed unbreakable coins? Like, why? Personally, I don't think it's something it needed. I don't know. I don't think it needed unbreakable coins.
걸려라. 제대로
Okay, I was gonna
잡았군.
say if she didn't stagger the fucking Picatula.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
And of course, this is the first one.
그대로 무너져라.
I fucking full clear. Okay. No, whatever, it's fine.
야, 이 정도면 너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
God. This one pisses me off because of the half health thing. This one pisses me off because I fucking didn't do it because of one single turn. You hate
함께하죠.
me. Oh,
손맛이
you
뭔지
despise my existence. I literally have neither of these. I barely use either of them. I don't have shit for them build.
맛있는 경험을
Oh boy,
기대하지.
okay. Well, they just can't take a hit, right? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Well, they weren't too much trouble. Next up, you two. Get in there. With Ryoshu, let's do this, I guess? ST. What? She wants to switch teams. Really? Now? What's your problem this time, Ryoshu? Your dual harpoon doesn't interest me. It's dueled so much that I doubt it can even impale that sickly nerd over there. I don't think she'll have too much trouble impaling Hohenheim. Much rather watch that bloodfiend fight again. The South Speak is me. That's it's quite the pickle. Oi, she wants to switch teams. Is that alright? Of course not. You heard the man. Let's go. Psst. I'll admit that my harpoon's not as sharp as it used to be, and I'll admit that I've lost a bit of my edge since then. But we're all sailing on the same boat. I'm not going to hold you or anyone else back. I'm always ready to go back to razor sharpness when the need arises. I'm swapping you out as soon as you start making a fool of yourself. Lass, I thought I've been clear enough on this. Switching teams ain't a thing. The Catullum Superbiae. Pride. Hohenheim droned on, as if the bicker and sinners didn't exist in his world. Wheels, symbols of technology and the vector of humanity's ultimate pursuit, the wheel, in its boundless pride, rolls on in search of the perfect circle, something unconquered even by nature. Yet it remains uncaring for the flesh it rends nor the grass it tramples in its path. Isn't that just confidence, not pride? You can't get anything done by just sitting idly in place. One might even say that pride is but another name for overconfidence. It oft claims trailblazers or those who have never tasted failure. Someone like you, Hohenheim? Well, that certainly is a perspective. Next up is Luxury, lust. Moving on just like that, huh? The meaning of Pecatulum Luxury, lust, is not exactly what it says on the tin. Our illustrative description would say that it is, yes, an obsession to spread a fragment of what forms the self, a desire to propagate, to breed. Of course, there is more to this concept than just that. While the word itself may be subject to interpretations limited to the carnal understanding, to share one's knowledge, one's ideas, to invite others into gaining the understanding of a sliver of oneself, you seek to express that such things are lust as well. Not bad. I always appreciate these discussions with the learned. There never is any dead air. Admitted Heathcliff. All that flew right over your head, didn't it? Why even ask? Unnecessary. Shut up and get in there. Cool. Cool. No, that's cool.
무슨 맛일까? 순식간에 끝내죠. 너, 맛, 최. 순식간에 끝내죠. 한 놈. 제가 묻었네요. 보냈고. 너, 맛, 이제 쓸만해졌고. 이제 쓸만해졌고.
God,
순식간에
well, at least
끝내죠.
we only have to do it. Just don't get fucking hit, but not turn-based. Oh boy, okay.
순식간에 끝내죠. 당신을 인도해주진 못해도 따뜻하게 안아줄 수는 있어요. 무불아위. 순식간에 끝내죠.
Sloss? That was the
쓸만해졌고.
turn one, right? The one where like you had to beat it in X amount of turns. Oh no, I failed that one. Yeah, I got it in 10 turns. I'm so mad. I got it in 10. I would have been fine if it was like 11 or more turns, but I got it in 10. Oh, because of the fucking guard that it did in one turn. It completely ruined it.
깔끔하게 해결했네요. 가는 길에 우육면 드실래요?
Okay, how about this one? Oh, I don't know if I can.
재촉지만
출발합니다.
Yeah, it was so bad. Like, I don't
순수했던 나날로
know how you're exactly supposed to do that one in the 9 turns. I mean, I guess it's possible if you're lucky with the coin flips. It's my only guess. It was probably the best way to get around it. But apparently my RNG with the coin flips, it just sucks ass, so. Verily, now is the time for Yisang and I to face a test. The nature of our trial shall take form as Pekatula and Vidye. Yeah, I think I'll go back to those in my free time, I think. Probably after I do some grinding with to get leveled up identities. I think I need to like switch up the identities I have, because like Faust is, I still use and Faust, so because I just haven't gotten around to getting materials for her. I assume that we all have a first-hand experience with static shocks. Oh? Does static shock have aught to do with envy? Oh god, don't even make me think about the fact that I'm gonna have to be grinding for a while. Anyone who's been subject to both static shock and the envy of others must know that the latter stings in the same manner as the former does. I'll comprehend some explanations. Ah, I see. To explain in plainer example, Miss Don Quixote, you have always been fond of and held great respect for the illustrious color fixers, am I correct? Verily, I should be second to none were my passion for them to be measured. Now, imagine yourself at a convention of sorts, in which the said illustrious color fixers are holding an event to disseminate their autographs, and imagine that you are a part of the excited queue. Oh-ho! Indeed, I have mentally placed myself there. Proceed! Yet, in great misfortune, the event comes to a close, mere moments before you were to receive your autograph. Alack for woe! Fate plays such cruel jest on my pitiful soul! Now, do imagine, what sort of emotion would you feel for the fellow fan who received the final autograph immediately before you were to receive yours, ere the chance was robbed? Well, 'twould quite the jealousy burning within my heart, a painful tickling sensation in my— Oh? My, you certainly enjoy explaining the things, don't you? I suppose all scholars are kindred spirits, after all. You two, quit the chain wag and get in there. But verily, then onward to a new adventure. Then I shall follow. Okay, so this one, Isang has to beat Isang at least once. Don Quixote has to beat Don Quixote at least once. Oh boy. We're starting off great. Yeah, no, I'm not surviving this shit.
피워보지.
Oh god, okay.
피워보지.
I fear stagger is not my biggest enemy here. I fear surviving is my biggest enemy here. Oh boy, okay.
여직 운이 좋았던 것뿐이지.
I forget I have Painter this song. Why don't I just... I might have to...
끊어놨어. 숨통 죄다. 배로 이제 돌아가자.
Yeah, I'm gonna... It's fine, we're fine, we ball.
끝났나?
밤에는 되도록 조심.
I need... I completely forgot about support units. Oh my god. Thank you. I completely forgot I could use support units. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning it. Appreciate you. Completely forgot about support units. Oh my god.
점 찍었네.
Got it. We'll keep that in mind. I need to recheck how it works exactly before I fuck up on that, but...
합격장.
시간 잭슨 집행. 천천히 말하시게나. 시간은 맞네. 라고 하기에는 조금 그렇고 어느 정도 있네.
Okay. Man, if Isang hadn't gotten staggered, I could have actually had Dawn killed in this round, I think. That's a lot of damage, sweetie. Please. Oh god.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가. 해보겠네. 아직 징수할 내역이
Well,
남았으니.
if Dawn can.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니.
Okay, so Dawn has killed one of their own. Now Isang just has to kill one of his own, and we're good. We're good.
점 찍었네.
진짜 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
That's fine. That's fine. That's not fine.
수해야 할 시간이 많이 남았거늘.
비뚤어졌구려.
Okay, well, at least we have that.
점 찍었네.
God fucking damn it.
이 스며들 듯한 비에
Yeah, you're protecting a lot of people like that, Isang, sweetie.
합격장. 점 찍었네. 비뚤어졌구려. 이제야 완성된.
I don't know how I did this. I don't know how I did this. I don't fucking know how I fucking survived this shit. Holy hell.
걸작을 자아냈나.
And it should have counted
어떤
as...
평가를 내려주실지.
Yes, oh my god. I don't know how I managed that. Holy shit. Okay, is this a normal one? Oh. Oh.
불렀나?
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
밧줄 단단히 묶어라.
Okay. Uh-huh.
퀘스트.
좋아.
투입이군요.
함께하죠.
손맛이 뭔지 보여주지.
돈 벌러 가자.
Okay. The foundation that led to this disaster was laid by none other than Isang, whose only sin was making an innocent, tragically casual comment. Sometime after we run our final tests. Please vacate the room, people. Cleanup coming through. Apologies. Miss Don Quixote has ought to... Prissy, avail me but a moment. The shoelaces upon Rocinante have come undone. What? How? I remember tying like 7 different knots on your shoes. Yet 'twere quite the hideous sorry to be forced upon Rocinante. I have tied one of them once again in the shape of a ribbon. Yeah, the knots didn't look that great. Ribbons are cute. Oh boy. Yet one must begin to wonder about the consequences of Miss Don Quixote freeing her feet from Rocinante at her present state. Whatever art thou suggesting? Rocinante is none other than mine eternal steed, bound to me by fate itself. None shall ever dare sever the bond betwixt us. It was a query posed toward Miss Foss, yet I appreciate your answer all the same. And Foss' replies was what set fire upon the rather combustible foundation. Oh god! I cannot know. What? An obvious outcome, given that no relevant data has ever been collected. Well then, no time like the present to get collecting, huh? Good thing we're in a lab too. Where else are we gonna get another chance to do that? Oh no. This course of action is highly inadvisable. Yeah, no shit! Yeah, sounds like a bad time to me. I heard all things of horrible stuff happened on that train the moment her shoes came off. Favorite singer, Honglu? Sure did. But that's... 'twas but an independent decision called by Rocinante itself due to certain extreme circumstances that had naught to do with my will. After Honglu though, I'd say probably... Heathcliff and Dawn are pretty like neck and neck to me. For me, so is Isang. Honestly, I like all of the sinners pretty much the same. It's just Honglu, like, I like him even more than the others. He's my Pookie, my little silly guy. He's so silly. He's totally not gonna fucking destroy me mentally next canto. Well, you know, potato potato. I was already quite aware that the core of that individual may as well lie in her pair of running shoes. Fiancé! Thou shalt treat a person such as I like some useless shell. What if we slipped her shoes off and then again really quickly? Guys, no. The standards here at the LCA department demand precise measurements. In other words, these tests would be meaningless if all we are measuring is a hollow shell. A hollow shell? We have indulged your predictable provocations enough, Hohenheim. It seems necessary to remind you that you have not yet received the full report of what transpired during the incident. In other words, you are risking the occurrence of an unexpected event. You concerned yourself unnecessarily. The construction of my laboratory boasts a rather solid build. Not even abnormalities on the more powerful side of things can puncture holes in its walls. Oh, very well. I won't force your hand. However, due to your unwillingness, I am behooved to record as such in my research journal. Due to the concerned sinner's utterly terrified reaction at the prospect of having to remove her shoes, I must unfortunately leave only a half-complete test result here. You're such a bitch! Utterly terrified? Terrified? And for your information, these research reports are stored for at least a decade. Yes, we will have possession of a full record of your plain cowardice for at least 10 years. Outcome NA. Reason: subject was too scared to participate. After much contemplation, I have come to conclude that dearest Rocinante deserves a moment of respite as well. No. And I, Don Quixote, shall demonstrate before see that Don Quixote is still Don Quixote in her curse still, without Rocinante's assistance. Are you sure this is a good idea, Foss? Hohenheim, if your employment in Limbus company ever comes to a unilateral termination, I suppose the cause will be rather apparent. Your highly irresponsible level of curiosity. Not a good idea. Got it. That would be my greatest honor as a researcher. Hey, if anything ever goes wrong, Isang will be on the ready to slip those shoes right back onto your feet at a moment's notice, okay? I shall be on the ready. Behold me not with such excessive anticipation, all. There shan't be any new revelations here. Don Quixote begins to untie her shoes, ceasing. This is 7-layer knot possessed quite the difficulty. Young Ishmael, wherefore hast thou tied these cords with such unwavering tightness. I was hoping they'd be the last knot those shoelaces would ever tie. Of course, there we go. Rest thee well, Rocinante. For I... Oh... Vecinos and I were all quite nervous, but none of us stepped forward to stop this experiment. Why didn't we stop this? Was it because we thought we knew removing Rocinante doesn't necessarily mean that she'll be losing control, because we saw its effects on the warp train and at La Mancha Land? Or was it because we assumed that Rocinante was now just a disguise, and now that Don Quixote has accepted her past as Sancho, removing it wouldn't affect her psyche at all? Whichever was the case, it was a mistake to ignore that nagging feeling. These researchers don't know what facing Don Quixote, Sancho, the second kindred, is like. We do. Mother. Oh, Mother. Our existence is death in perpetuity. Complete us. Feel our hunger. We pray unto you. Fill us with the blood of humans. With the blood of humans. Oh, God. Okay. The team... Oh, sorry. The teeming, shouting voices suddenly begin to echo in my head. They're the voices of the children he had embraced. Or perhaps this was the blood fiend's instinct given voice, imprinted upon them at the moment of their birth. Proliferate this disease, embrace this unending hunger for blood, and propagate the family. So many voices, so much yearning, so much desire. Every single kindred that has ever existed in the past kneels before Don Quixote. Oh, dearest mother, as your children, when shall we be permitted to quench this thirst for blood? I must drink blood. I have to drink all the blood. All the blood that the family deserve to drink. I must... Dante? Dante, wake up! Ain't this a lot like the last time at the building when the fire on their head suddenly exploded? I gotta get a hold of myself. Thirst. My body can't even feel thirsty. This doesn't make any sense. I'm okay. I'm okay now. Oh boy. What did you see, Dante? If we want to bring Don Quixote back, we're going to need to quench her thirst somehow. We need something to sate the combined thirst, the desire of every single kindred. That's not good. Do you keep any blood in here? Let's at least try to quench what's... yeah, we have some blood samples if you need them. Oh boy. Damn it, have you been listening to what the executive manager's been saying? It's combined thirst of every kindred. A few blood samples aren't going to do anything. So you're going to sit here and do nothing? Isn't this just a matter of getting her shoes back on? Right, Isang, shoes, get the shoes back on her feet. I cannot. A bizarre wall of pressure surrounds her. This is one luxury cig. Good flavor. I bought those luxury cigarettes with our last bonus pay. These readings are incredible. So much power. Even a state that is, for all intents and purposes, complete emanciation. What? You acted on knowing this would happen? I had many outcomes in mind. Some were quite similar to this, but this is beyond even the most extreme of my predictions. How the fuck are you so calm about this? We've got to do something. You haven't even seen how hard the last hits. What would be the use of panicking now? If the outcome does not align with the predictions, the first course of action should be to analyze the given data. However, it doesn't seem like our containment measures will be the answer here. Thus, the task of stopping her seems to fall straight onto all of you. Time for us to pay the price of curiosity. Oh boy.
가능하면 다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요.
Banger song though. Will do.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
감내해야 할 고통.
Like, I'll only restart if I hit a full team wipeout, and I have no other choice to do so. Honglu not getting staggered at that is a fucking miracle.
나의 벗들도 그러리라 믿소.
Is this unopposable? No, it's not. Okay.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Why does she have shield?
적확한 한압이었소.
기대해라.
관리자님, 역시 저는 생각하지 못하는 방법을 떠올리시는군요.
Good lord!
가능하면 다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요.
Did I have that?
다시 묶어줄까? 철방 매듭.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Yeah, you missed a little bit. You missed just a tad. No biggie. It's fine. We're fine.
오, 현명한 판단이요.
Can y'all please fucking stagger her?
방심했나 봐.
저러다 죽을 텐데.
That's fine.
점 찍었네.
That's not fine. Isan!
자, 버텨보라고. 딱 죽을 만큼 튀겨질 테니까.
He died. I should not laugh. Can she please get staggered?
사상자가 누적되는
Can she please get staggered?
다시 살아난다고 너무 해이해지지 말라니까.
어? 지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리.
가면 꾀맨끈이 떨어졌나?
가자.
실밥이 터졌나?
꽤 끈적.
My healing egos are with Mersault
시원한 걸.
and Faust. So like, we'll get a healing eventually, but there are also egos that require a lot of sync. So even if we did have them, I don't think it'd be really helpful because like they wouldn't really be able to be activated. I don't have them. I don't have Roger's healing egos, I think. Well, I do have one of them, but I
걱정 마시오.
don't have it
최고의 혈구 하나만
uptight at
남아있다면
all.
생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
어두운
Well,
우주를
they're dead.
나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면.
We're just gunning it at this point.
살코기 바를
We'll
땐
figure out a proper strategy on the replay.
동감이야.
Yeah, the thing is that it's not even uptight once, so it wouldn't even have the like it would not be doing shit. I'll go through though and recheck and make sure I'm not misremembering when I get the full team wipeout. Don't know how she survived that.
도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요.
Like, genuinely do not know how she survived that. I'm gonna need you. There you go.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
You're right, she is.
합격장.
Okay, Isak,
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것
your
같은데.
coins need to be heads, not tails.
모든 걸 걷어들일 순 없었어.
I will laugh if Gregor's the only one who ends up dying in this, though.
전술적으로
It's
불리한
okay.
판단일 텐데요.
We don't do
뭐
that Hungwu skill,
완벽한
that ego for anything but for the sinking. La aventura terminado is yours. Okay, it is. So I'm gonna. It's favored even. Oh god. Okay.
점 찍었네.
Well. Podrías? No, no. No? No, you're gonna. Okay. This is what I get for talking. Oh. I must. I have to be the mother to all of them. The family's thirst, it's... No, my lady. You needn't be the mother to anyone. Here. Here. You're a sinner. Nothing more. And I think I did it in under 10 turns! Yay! Hi, Virgilia. Thank you, King. Please tell me I got this in under 10 turns because I wasn't checking. We will not place the blame of this incident on anyone, Dante. I understand that no one could have expected this outcome, given the dearth of intelligence regarding the binding tool the First Kindred had gifted to the third sinner. Well then. I hadn't had that much first-hand experience with watching Virgilius fight, but this was certainly the most exhausted I've seen him after a fight. I decided to say nothing, and turned the clock. After some time passed... Oh. Don Quixote, what happened? Did you lose consciousness or did something affect your memory? Manager Esquire, my memories were fine. But I heard something as soon as I removed my shoes. Voices, right? Once again, you have witnessed me. Yes, the voices. So many voices. Voices? The voices of my family. But the Bloodfins of Lamantaland are all... Sinclair trailed off. Every single Bloodfin left inside Lamantaland was killed when the amusement park collapsed. No, they weren't! In other words, most of Don Quixote's lower kindreds were dead. That is... Indeed, that is correct. But I cannot but explain how... The only way I might explain this is that it was as though my very blood remembered them still. I did it in 11 turns! Oh my... I hate this fucking game! I recognized some of them, and some were voices of those I once deeply cared for. It seems that I was, against my own desire, made to ascend to my father's seat. Perhaps I always was, ever since then. And I was stuck not only by my own thirst, but the combined thirst of every single one of the children. Thirst. Indeed, I am also bound by that thirst. It is only natural, because I am a blood fiend. Thus, the pressure of it all broke my hold of sanity, and... I hurt you all, as Don Quixote the blood fiend, a higher kindred, not as Don Quixote, a sinner and your friend. Don Quixote, this isn't your fault, it's... No, such words are now meaningless. She looked down at her pair of shoes, their strings again neatly tied. The higher office will now be regularly supplying you with artificial blood packs. Hohenheim approached us after spending a while vigorously scribbling something in his notes. The blood substitute will be very similar to real blood in terms of composition, and we won't have any issues with supply. I don't suppose you actually believe that mere willpower would be enough to withstand this urge? I have done quite well suppressing it thus far. Indeed, and that was precisely the wig attached to the ticking time bomb within the LCB. Must I remind you that the soundness of this limiter of yours is quite tenuous, as today's events have demonstrated? Is it your implication that the purpose of conducting this reckless experiment was to determine the full extent of the latent danger? I don't know, it seemed like he was in it only to sate his curiosity. Call it merely the species of opportune convenience. This risk factor had to be measured sooner or later. Had I known the full extent of the danger she posed, I would have immediately requested a forceful summoning of your department. Of course, as large as this void of unknowns was, we were able to fill it with such new information. Certain analysis can be drawn by comparing the reports regarding blood fiends and this very experiment. Let's discuss the thirst you experienced first, for example, the combined desire of every lower kindred. Indeed, it is true. The Mantegan kindred has been completely eradicated due to the events at Lamantaland, but you still heard the voices of your children, yes? What are you trying to say? I am to discuss the powerful binding force contained within blood. LCD's cooperative report explains that blood is not merely a carrier of nutrients, but something more, that it contains certain abstract values as well. We sent in a complaint that the report was far too vague in its wording, and we received a reply their on-site investigative reasoning team leader spat out, the contents of which were equally fascinating. This desire of their kind, the thirst, is something that may as well be imbued and imprinted on the familial bloodline. Normally, the weight of that thirst is far too heavy for any individual to bear, which is why they propagate, to bear the unbearable burden together. But, considering that all of that desire is now focused onto an individual, on account of the extinction of her entire family line, it is easy to see why her hold to sanity was so easily broken, no matter the strength of her will. She alone was made to bear the responsibility, the pressure, the duty, of having to raise the family once again. And because none of those needs are currently met, there comes the endlessly exacerbating thirst, and more thirst. It is quite fascinating to see how your kind preserves these very abstract values in the physical form of blood. The mere word thirst does quite the insufficient job of describing the intensity with which you have lost control. This was my oversight, I must admit. I do respect your efforts to be liberated from your nature. I truly do. But I also... yeah. Sorry. But I also maintain that it is highly advisable for you to regularly consume the provided blood packs. Understood. But one day, I wish to dismount from Rocinante and walk bare of feet and feel the airs under my own skin. I was able to establish one positive fact from this exercise, however. What might that be? That there are those who would, quite literally, throw their lives on the line to stop you, even if you were to take off your shoes. In other words, I don't believe it to be necessary for other departments to exercise any separate control over you. Well, now that I've had a first-hand account of your conditions, I will write the following in the report. Still quite unstable, it was the effort from the subject herself and efforts from various other environmental factors, this subject has been deemed sufficiently controllable. Once again, I do respect your efforts, or any kind of efforts really, because I've never had much use for it myself. Don Quixote took a deep breath, then turned to face the sinners. By then, her eyes had regained their usual softer look. But sorrow was seeping through the tone of her voice. Despite her theatrical manner of speech returning, her tone reminded me of our time at La Mancha land. My deepest apologies, dearest friends. Forsooth, I shall ever persevere to see that Rocinante, my shoes, are never to be removed again. Lass, you're looking at it all wrong. You're going to remove those shoes one day, yeah? And that's what you're going to persevere towards. Verily. I think she let out a brief, quiet laugh. Ah, Manager Esquire, perchance, is there aught that thou concealest from my knowledge? Oh. What do you mean? I don't think so? It's no coincidence that, at this very moment, I noticed Foss looking in my direction. I don't know if I made the right choice here, but... Foss nodded lightly, as though not as to say that I did. I stopped hesitating, and the tick-tocking noise came to a stop. Very well then. However, I cannot help but admit that I felt some degree of anxiety as I watched Don Quixote walk away as though nothing had happened. Oh boy.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
Good job, Otis.
주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는. 누구 작품이겠나?
Also, I don't know if I'll actually be able to finish this in one sitting. I mean, I might be able to, but I will have to do a BRB if I want to finish this all in one stream. Which, considering what I have left, I feel like I should. Hopefully I don't have to do BRB in the middle of the story though. Well, now that that's over and done with, I would like the sinners to come gather around here. O'Hahan placed the sinners in a single file before him and began. Now, the regular checkup is complete. We finally have enough data to compare your pre-employment statuses to those of your current selves. Which means, indeed, we were able to measure your pre-employment combat capabilities as well. Oh, and what are your conclusions? Allow me to preface this by saying that there isn't much significance in establishing this particular hierarchy of power on a linear scale. Like I said, you are all equally mediocre at the present anyway, and... Oh, there's plenty of significance, alright. We've all gotta know who's the big boss. While this is but a speculation of the worst case scenario, we must know which one of us has the most right and authority to lead the rest of the sinners in case our executive manager becomes, due to some unknown yet inexorable circumstances, unavailable. Oh, it is? Hey, that's... I don't listen to anyone weaker than I am. What if there was a reason I was the first one asked to introduce himself? There was a burgeoning interest among the sinners to see which one of them would be at the apex of this scale. Were they to be measured by their strengths prior to the employment? Hey, maybe before I lost my memories, even I... Dante, don't. It is interesting how every collective has the desire to get the clear picture of the pecking order. I like how Dante's like, wait, well, what if I'm the strongest one? And each person's like, just don't join in on this. A negative expression of this desire may even lead to juvenile behaviors among children. For example, stealing their colleagues' lunches for meager reasons such as scoring higher than they did on a test. You're not speaking from personal experience, are ya? Thus, I believe that trying to conceal the outcome of the test from you would be quite meaningless. Each of your placements in that line you are standing in signifies that very order you were so curious to know. I do not wish to waste any more breath on this subject. There was a long, long silence. Something about Honglu being so high on the list is kind of driving me insane. Then, the sinners all simultaneously turned to look at the person standing in the frontmost position of the line. He's like, looks so scared. He's like, what? This has to be the longest, most awkward, most loaded silence I've ever felt in my life. Much did I wish to hold shrouded in my phantoms, yet I yearn still to convey that we are all more than meets the eye. Yet there remains a certain abundance within my heart. Perhaps the test of this day paint a picture of both of my qualities. Thus spoke I, Isang. Isang? I will place trust in the faith that all of you shall one day sprout wings as I have. He's like so funny for this. This is actually losing it. I love this. I mean, he is the #1 sinner, isn't he? Isang... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say... I was like, oh, that's really surprising. Never mind. I love you, Isang. You're so cute. Yes. The line was made from my point of view. From here, the sinner wielding that oversized lance is the one at the front of this line. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, okay, Don seems like to be the one who would be the strongest. Oh, Isang. I'm holding my Isang plushie right now, and I'm just, it's okay. Just pat boy. It's okay. I believe in you, buddy. I believe in you. Well, you said some cool words, so we got this, right, Isang? Isang's like, bro. Well, 'tis quite the bashful occasion. To be the center of such fervent attention of one such company. I wouldn't say fervent is the right word. Worried, maybe? Yeah, I think Otis is gonna kill you in your sleep, girl. I shall be vigilant. Yeah. Lock your doors, girl. No one seemed to have any objections or doubts about who the strongest sinner was, given the earlier event. On second thought, it appears that it would be best if we left the command to Ishmael, as we have done so far. Otis mumbles regretted teeth. Forsooth, I am in agreement. I am more partial to roles as a defending fixer or a squire. 'Tis oft the case that such side characters enjoyed greater popularity since time immemorial. Very happy to see this discussion not coming to blows. Now, are we all ready to move on from this? Wait a minute. Aren't we all forgetting something pretty important? That's just how the world works, Greg. No one remembers anyone between the first place and the last place. I even forgot my own placement in the order. No, I mean, fellas, I wasn't even a part of the list. Oh, were you not? Who cares, mate? There's 12 of us. Some people just fall out of the radar. Big deal. Let's just get on with it. Hey, you can't just disregard me like swatting away a fly. I guess somewhere around my level, probably. Or Heathcliff's. Well, Gregor does mention his killer arm, so... Ishmael replied in a voice that had clearly lost all interest in this discussion. You're the sinner with that bizarre insectoid arm. We had no choice but to place you in the least favorite category of all researchers. Exceptions. They really hate that, huh? In other words, you are a unique case that cannot well be placed in a list or a scale. To do so would be responsible. I'd say you carry a certain potential. That, potential is it? Does it mean that I could also be first place if all goes well? It could very well be the reverse, given the definition of potential. Let not this query harrow your mind, Gregor. Your day will come. Isai's like, okay, I might not be the weakest, actually. Fuck this. Feels funny, getting consoled by the guy who placed last. Why did my screen freeze? Oh, okay. It was just being weird, got it. They're so funny. After some time passed. Next, we must discuss the classification numbers. We have been assigning risk levels for distortions, just as we have for abnormalities. The observation logs you have written for us were of great help, of course. My researchers struggled to parse the handwriting of certain sinners, however, but it was good data all the same. We once had a 3-hour debate over a letter. Even that bloody governess gave up on trying to fix my handwriting. Escliff grinned proudly and wiped the side of his nose. He's so proud of his shitty handwriting. As you must all be well aware, the current system of classification numbers has a rather significant oversight. Because abnormalities were creations of the former L Corp, our classification systems had to be lifted whole from their system. However, the criteria by which the former L Corp measured the risk levels was the amount of their energy production. Yeah! Which if you watch my Love Corp stream, you know how that's going. As a correlation of sorts, it was often the case that the more aggressive abnormalities produced more energy, but their destructive capabilities were not a part of their criteria, despite the correlation. That is why certain abnormalities were assigned relatively lower risk levels, despite their potential to kill even multiple higher-ranking employees. Oh, see, okay, that's something I've always had a bit of a question with LobCorp, was there was like, yeah, sure, the A-levs are fucking, like, indestructible to a degree. But there was definitely abnormalities that I feel like, yeah, exactly, Alvaroon, like, motherfucker unlimited! They were an energy company at the end of the day. It makes sense that their priority would be to measure the energy output. However, here, both abnormalities and distortions must be suppressed via direct confrontation. Thus, the former L-Corp's classification system is rather incongruent with our purposes. I once heard someone say that we should be wary of people who drone on and on in the intro. Oh, so Punishing Bird. Yeah. Punishing Bird is also someone who is, like, lowest level, but we all know what happens if you fucking hit Punishing Bird. You all want to know what happens if all the birds are in the facility and they all breach. Thus, it became necessary for us to reorganize the distortion's risk levels and classification codes. Wow, how interesting. So whose job is that going to be? I am rather taken aback by the naivete with which you asked me that question. Us, it's us sinners, without the right to refuse, was it? Wait a sec, aren't you just offloading your own work onto us? A privilege given to researchers. Oi, don't be so ignorant, yeah? This is all just to, in order to research the distortions, right? We gotta... The other way around, assistant. We've got to do research into distortions in order to solve them better. It's elementary shite. Hohenheim's really got you wrapped around his finger. You know that? According to the LCD, on-site investigative reasoning team leader, the progression of a distortion is much like that of a disease. The fate of an abnormality awaits at the end of the distortion phenomenon, after all. When a distortion progresses into an abnormality, all pre-existent individuality is erased, replaced with the totality of an abnormality. Okay, so since the distortion phenomenon happened, distortions now become abnormalities. Which I guess it makes sense with what we know of how abnormalities were created due to it being how they were like extracted from people, and distortions are also in a way an extraction of a person's like psyche. Thus, it is impossible to bring back a distortion that has already transformed into an abnormality. It will no longer have that reversibility that they once had in the distortion phase. Would Jan be... So, a distortion like that Time Ripper fella will eventually become an abnormality too, if left untouched? If you're referring to the subject HE7PI2001, then yes. This is simply a prediction, of course, because that particular subject isn't contained here. I cannot say with absolute certainty that its progression into abnormality will be observed. A correct assessment. Oh, did Limbus Company collect the Time Ripper? We hoped we would, but T-Corp was very adamant about their claim over the entity, to the point where they refused to even sit at the negotiation table. I found their time-ripping ability quite fascinating, but sometimes I must know when to cut my losses, I suppose. He's so mad about that. Wait, so that HC something is a new classification code format? The Time Reaper was in HE? I mean, yeah, I guess it makes sense. It wasn't like super hard to beat the shit out of him. But still, a hell level feels a little bit, I don't know. Indeed, because it is difficult to identify and observe the origin and the shape of a distortion, we decided to forgo that information and instead replace them with their sin affinities and the expected damage scale. Sin affinities. PI must refer to Pigritia, sloths. It appears that the classification now mimics the classification of the Pecatula. They do indeed follow the same thought process, if we're being technical here. I wouldn't say it mimics it. It would be more accurate to say that as the Pecatula are at once the origins of the distortion phenomena and its byproducts, the affinities can be transferred one-to-one. What's the expected damage scale? Combat capability, I'm guessing? I remember them saying that the risk levels were determined based on the enkephalin production rates, which is not the most meaningful information to us who have to fight them directly. It was a tad inconvenient to put a nebulous idea like combat capabilities into a singular numerical scale of power. Certain entities have idiosyncrasies and variables that may make such a linear measure quite meaningless. Like, I don't know, fucking Alrude? Punishing Bird? So instead, we decided to measure the expected amount of damage the Limbus Company personnel might suffer should they engage these entities in battle. While this Time Ripper poses very little threat against the sinners due to your idiosyncrasies, the unique nature of their weapon means that they can immediately deal a nigh-fatal blow to anyone from the LCC department with a single strike, and you're still placing it as a head? That is why this distortion was given a rather high expected damage scale of 6, from a scale of 1 to 10. Please do note that it is not a perfect system, and these values are there only as references. My nose is itchy. Will this standard be applied to abnormalities as well? We have plans to do so, yes. Risk levels and expected damage scales will be coming before the classification codes. Speaking of which, I have something to show you all. What is it? What else other than monoliths? One with the highest potential values among Limbus Company's businesses. Thus, the development of transportation, management, and processing methodologies of the monoliths is a glowing achievement indeed. The artifact, by its very nature, poses a great danger. I hesitate to embrace its use so willingly. A great danger? But wouldn't you say that we are beset by dangers at all times? The arbitrariness in deciding how dangerous something is comes from the degree in which it poses a risk. As you must already know, the monolith here is a device that can force a distortion. It is scattered throughout the city just like the golden bow. At first, only in possession of the fingers and the syndicates of the backstreets are now being collected by companies both large and small and nameless, like a plague. If it can turn people into distortions, can it revert the distortion? We also learned that they have become rather high priority targets for some wings out there. As luck would have it, we managed to begin our research, expedition, and collection of the monoliths much earlier than the others. Now we are already at the stage in which we may partake in the processing and the sales of these artifacts, expanding our business ventures. You could say that we narrowly avoided the very unsavory fate of having to tussle with the wings for the possession of these artifacts. because we may have had to confront the wings directly were that the case. Asking out of pure curiosity here, what would happen if we were ever assigned a city threat level? Ishi, how about we don't ask questions we don't ever want to find out the answers to? I mean, what if we, due to some contractual shenanigans, end up going as the associations? I think it'd be a good thing to know ahead of time, just in case. Seems like a question worth entertaining to me. Let's see, from Canner to Star of the City. Hey, Star of the City. I suppose your assignment will be somewhere between Urban Plague and Urban Nightmare. Well, that's not bad. Not SOC yet, are we? It almost sounds as if you want to be given a threat level. I mean, Star of the City, from what I remember, there's very few who actually meet Star of the City. It is true that you, upon first sight, due to your revival powers and the potential of the identity technology, may appear to pose a rather troublesome risk. However, you have a very clear and obvious weakness. Indeed, all of our advantages will be moot upon the manager's desk. Oh, so part of the threat is also how... like, how hidden is the weakness, then? Instead of how strong, more so like, how hidden is the weakness. Okay. I feel like that makes more sense then. Hohenheim slowly turns around to look at me, prompting Faust and the other sinners to follow suit. What if we protected them, though? I am impressed by your optimism, given the kinds of enemies you have faced so far. We don't even need to go so far back in time to discuss the incidents with the figure Siegfried, or Big Brother Ricardo I read from your reports. Should the third sinner suddenly seek to attack the manager with her full might, do you truly believe that the rest of you would be enough to protect them? Poor Don. No. The flow of this world is that the manager will be preserved, that no such thing may come to pass. That's enough, Hohenheim. Any further divulgence, and Faust will open a disciplinary committee to discuss the consequences of your careless words. Not there yet, are we? Very well, whichever is the case, you do have the potential to become a Star of the City threat at some time in the future, but do remember that it would be best if you could avoid that unfortunate designation. And please, don't forget that this is only true as long as you have Limbus Company's backing. Okay. I'm definitely gonna be called soon, so I'll have to do a BRB soon-ish. But with some luck, it'll be in the middle of a battle.
돈 벌러 가자.
We're almost done with this regular checkup. Finally, we have a chance for you to overcome an adversity based on what you have learned so far. And for me to prove my hypothesis. What hypothesis is he talking about? No need to worry, my hypotheses have never been wrong, most of the time. This experiment is entirely of my own design and supervision. And I will faithfully follow my own pure curiosity and instincts as a researcher. He's gonna die, isn't he? Guys, I have a feeling we're not gonna like where this goes. Now, do you see this monolith here? Yep, I do. That's a monolith, alright, but... don't worry. My researchers will be the ones to activate the artifact. Activate the artifact? Not on you, relax. I understand that none of you would be willing participants to this experiment. I swear, if you're going to force us to the store saying that we have no right to refuse or something, I'm gonna... Yeah, hang on. I can't let you do that, even as your assistant. You are not setting E-Sign out of all of them. Yes, but if you must, we are willing to send the weakest sinner among us for... forget I said that. That was foolish of me to say. Dante just like, girl, shut the fuck up. I will be the subject of the experiment myself. Oh, he's so gonna die. You're going to distort yourself? Am I hearing that right? Aren't you curious to see what kind of distortion you'd end up becoming? I'm sure this is a question you have all entertained at least once. Well, Heathcliff certainly entertained that question and found out. No, I ain't curious. You didn't have a very pleasant experience either. Stop gritting your teeth like that, assistant. It will have an adverse effect on your long-term dental health. What if you just end up turning into a Picatulum? You could end up becoming a Picatulum, just another one of the fodder we slaughtered our way through for the tests earlier. You're risking that? It is indeed a possibility. It would signify nothing more than my very own limitations. Just a mediocre shell. If such an incident comes to pass, these employees will transport me to a containment unit. We even made a bet on what kind of Picatulum I would turn into. You bet on Goulet. I on Invidier, and her on Pigrutier. But how could you... Think about it like this. If I were to become a Picatula, it would be akin to losing at a game of chance. Of course, what counts as a loss may depend on what I, at the precise time, consider to be losing, but the mere fact of turning into a Picatulum relieves me of any value of life. I'd say he was being too hard on himself, but that felt like too simple an expression to describe his tone. The company would most likely attempt to transform me to a containment unit, but I disagree with the decision. I would like to ask you to dispose of me on the spot. I am well aware that I'm not the kind of congenial person who earns others' favors at first meeting, if at all. I also don't believe that our brief relationship has been the most amicable kind. Therefore, I see little reason why you would hesitate to cut me down. Of course, sinners with gentle hearts like this young Sinclair here may express certain distaste against this decision. But once I become a Picatulum, it may as well mean that Hohenheim, the entity, has ceased to be. So I hope no unnecessary emotions like guilt clouds your judgment in killing the Picatulum, a mere byproduct. But what if something unexpected happens? We're talking about your life here. Don't you have any manuals with backup plans, or... This is a very simple matter. Nothing more than a coin flip. Heads or tails? It appears that you are still insisting on your absurd 50-50 theory. I am a researcher who wishes to humiliate the field of mathematical statistics, unlike the general lay of the academia. I believe there is a certain romanticism to research. It is much more exciting to run as many tests and gain as many samples as we can than to be stuck behind a desk, poring day and night over books and paper, isn't it? If it fails, then you may dispose of me immediately, and the employees here will take care of the rest. Don't forget to destroy the key inside that coat pocket and the files inside my cabinets, for example. Yes, we remember. If I were to successfully destroyed, we would be halfway to success. For the first time, I am finally quite the envy for you all. I wish I could be witness to my very own distortion. Huh. If you've been paying attention to my lectures, perhaps you could even come up with a classification code for my distortion too, going by the standards we have discussed earlier. Not that I have a very high expectation that you would. I've recently come to a realization that people nodding along to my words is not a signifier of comprehension, but instead an expression of societal niceties. Nods. I love Martin, he's still my favorite. Then, the manager here will open the entrance to my dungeon, of the Phantoms, and you will progress through the mirror dungeon, as you have always done when facing a distortion. You reach into its deepest phantoms to face my distortion once again. I wish you the best of luck in your suppression efforts. Exasection. Unless you've made it that far, it is likely that you will find me unconscious, or, if luck would have it, conscious. Unconscious? Are you sure this is safe? A degree of case-by-case variance is to be expected. It may take some time for a full recovery, but it will happen should you succeed. That reminds me, that's how this bamboo-hatted Kim was brought back as well. Oh, Kim mentioned. Bamboo-hatted Kim? He's recovered? He is safely contained within our facilities. Oh, it seems they are ready to activate the monoliths. I am confident that I, even as a distortion, will be quite the exceptional specimen. Hang on, just like that? You're not a Picatulum. Indeed, and I can still hear them. Sick ass design! Yes, I remember. I still do. I know he'd be back, but gosh, this is pretty unnerving. Don't worry, we'll bring him back, no matter what. The manager says that we will bring him back, no matter what. Sure sounds like a dependable sort, this manager of yours. Very well. Please take a look at this. Is this a note? Did he write us tips on how to do this or something? He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. I don't think he'll hear anything but ticking noises from me. Can you read this, Mersault? It will be done as you commanded. Mersault nodded, then began to read the words from the note aloud. Lobotomy Corporation, 5 minutes, potentiality, anticipation, right hand. The moment Mersault uttered them, the all too familiar portal began to appear around Hohenheim's distortion, as though they were a key to a door. Scattering shards of familiar yet alien sights appeared intermittently beyond the shimmering veil. Hohenheim had already entered the portal as we stood there, gawking, but we could still hear his voice echoing through the laboratory. I suppose I'll be forced to share my past here. The past I never wanted to share, the past no one cares to learn about. It is something I must endure for the sake of this experiment. However, I need to expose every little detail of it. Was he a LobCorp employee? It's all in the past now anyway, isn't it? Was he a LobCorp employee? Wait. Was he a LobCorp employee? We're at the starting point of the dungeon of the Phantoms. We found ourselves in a room that appears to be a workshop of ego gears. If you have scored below 100% synchronization rate in this aptitude test, take only a single ego from here. An ominous warning sign greets us all. The same words repeat ceaselessly from the speaker. The sinners all go to take a look, enticed by the sign telling us that we can pick up ego gears here, but what we find there are ego gifts. What? These ain't ego gears, these are them gifts or something, right? It appears that egos are manifest here in the shape of ego gifts. Can we just take them all? This is the Dungeon of the Phantoms. As it differs from the usual mirror dungeons, it is highly advisable that its rules are followed. What should we do? I'll take the Rupture Ego. Let's see, I'm gonna take... Okay, I'll take this one just so I have both options. Okay, I forgot what you did. Right, okay,
진리를 열기 위해
what's going on with them? Good. It appears that I can censor these on my own with my own will, at least to a degree. Your mission here is to classify my distortion, reach the end of this dungeon of the Phantoms, and bring them back. Sorry, bring me back. Your mission, however, does not involve digging into my past. This is... That's the sheep ego. It appears that we have a passing familiarity with this place. You, us... What is it that they seek to convey? I don't believe any level of proper communication will be feasible, given that you are in a dungeon of the Phantoms. Well, then do something about it. I regret to tell you that the setting of this dungeon is out of my hands. Had it been up to me, I would have manifested a place that was much more fascinating than this, like the library. Able to have every book in existence. Librarina! Sorry. It does have a great book though, it's called Jan's book. I miss him so much. You used to work for the Lobotomy Corporation? One of my past careers, yes. Us. Us. I don't see any ego gifts on them though. Diplomacy did not seem to be an option here. The censored people brandished their weapons threateningly and stood in our path. Looks like we're going to have to take them down if we want to make any progress here. It can't be helped. Let's get ready for a fight.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러
Are we doing?
가자고.
Okay, we're. Oh god.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
Yikes.
가능하면 다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요.
Yikes.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요. 직접 열어드리죠. 이 공격은 꽤 먹혀든 것 같아요.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게. 저거 봐. 쟤 휘청거리고 있다.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
밝게 열어젖힌다. 이번에는 공격하시기 힘들 것 같아요. 최대한 눈에 안 띄게 해야 할 것 같아요. 어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
완벽한 한방. 시원한
Okay,
걸.
I'm definitely gonna be getting charged for that one.
목적이 있었지.
So they were Malka's level.
다친 짓은 이제야 직접
완성되었나?
잘 썰렸다.
Now the question though is that did he work for like the main branch? Or did he work for one of the subsidiary branches?
위험 인물 배제.
이제야 완성되었나? 적확한 한압이었어.
Well, which is that one I can to this one. Several researchers are moving about busily in a hectic-looking laboratory. Did something escape or something? As we stood there gawking at the mess, someone walked up to the sinners. Get out of my way! Actually, you know what? Perfect timing. Eat this, come on, we don't have much time till the clinical trial report deadline. I guess we'll get another ego gift. I need you to not fuck this up, Hongu. Hey! Hongu's face lights up with surprise as soon as they take a swig of the researcher's potion. The potion seems to have alleviated a great degree of stress from Honglu. Their eyes were practically twinkling. This clinical trial was a success. Thanks for volunteering. Please, take this. It's one of our newest lines of medicines.
평소에 공부해뒀던
Oh, nice.
거네요.
파우스트가 나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
Oh god. Okay, I have to do a BRB, guys. Give me... It'll take like 20 minutes at most. Okay, so I'll be right back. Cái Giang ơi! Hello. I've returned. I had very good dinner. Okay. I also might have sped around the dinner, so it didn't take too long to get back. But I ate everything, so it's fine. Alright. My nose is still itchy. So, how do we know this guy's actually distorted? He doesn't sound any different from his usual self. The sanity degradation due to distortion affects every subject differently. I mean, yeah, but censoring his own phantoms? But, Hohenheim, you're in a dungeon of the phantoms. We'll see through it with Dante's powers, whether you want to show us or not. You make a fair assessment. How about this, then? If you are to see them anyway, allow me to save you the trouble and give you a quick rundown instead. Come visit me as soon as you finish watching my tale. This tale began when that man walked into my laboratory. Huh. Yes, I had a personal laboratory all to myself, one of the few perks of being an allied researcher. This guy's just telling the story however he wants to, isn't he? Mr. Hohenheim. Let me think. I don't quite remember what he looked like. Something like this, perhaps? Whichever is the case, I was planning to censor his appearance anyway. I don't think that's a character we've seen before. Hey, I want to talk to you about something. Stop. Are you here to express your displeasure with me? The what now? If you are, do let me know from the get-go. I had a feeling it was about time this would have happened. 3 months, not a bad record for working without a workplace conflict. Oh, if this is about quitting, then you would find a much better audience among the human resources team. No, I mean, I'm just here to thank ya for picking me, some dude from the back streets, to work here. I heard it was you who made the hiring decision. I don't know how to put this, but you're the only one who saw my, what's the word? Yeah, my potentiality. You saw something that no one's cared to look into before. Know what I mean? But it had nothing to do with something so grandiose like his potentiality. A wing does not hire people from the backstreet for something so insignificant. Yeah, they hire them because they don't have fucking emotions. While this information has never been publicly available, the Bonamy Corporation's primary criterion was trauma. Yippee! I'd be a great employee. Candidates with horrible, insurmountable trauma were often favored by the company. And, in an indirect way, it was only natural that they would begin to favor candidates who originate from the backstreets. Your greetings are acknowledged, Jimmy. Now, feel free to leave my office. I ain't Jimmy. Anyways, I've been meaning to ask, Mr. Hohenheim, why do you always enjoy being alone? It may come as a surprise to you, but I am a very adept at spending my time all on my own. It is one of the hundreds of distinguishing features that set me apart from ordinary men. Say, don't you need someone to be like your loyal right-hand man? My right hand is doing just fine, thank you very much. Do you believe in potentialities, Hohenheim? I like him in the sense that I like how he's written. Oh, and you're so funny. You're so funny. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, I think he's interesting. Like, I like him in the sense of, like, I like that he, how he's written, like, his writing and stuff like that, is interesting. But I wouldn't necessarily call him, like, a liked character. I don't know. I feel like I say enough when I say that my favorite character in Library of Ruina is Yan, and I have beef with everyone who claims Yan as their favorite character and clearly does not fucking understand his story, so... That's where I'm sitting. I feel like with Hohenheim, I need to give it a little bit more thought before I decide how much I like him or not. I'll probably answer it at the end of it if, like, I like him. But so far, I enjoy his character. What an unrelenting, stubborn employee he was, even in hindsight. Thanks to you, I do. And I've been thinking, if I keep at it, one day I might even find myself living in a large nest, changing my world little by little. Yeah, I've completed Library of Ruina completely. I played it as it was coming out, actually. I was there for the changing the ending. I was there. I've seen the war. I've been in the trenches for way too long. Kind of like how a thing like me managed to snag a position here at Lobotomy Corporation. It's the same case with LobCorp. I think I've mentioned it before, I don't remember though. Like, LobCorp and Library Arena, I don't go... Like, once I eventually finish LobCorp, I want to play Library of Arena. And just kind of see how much of it I don't remember, honestly. Because it has been a while since I've rechecked the story, and... 4 times, actually. 4 times, actually. So, I'm thinking here, I want to stick around in your circle. To bring about such drastic changes to one's life in this realm of visibility for an exceptional researcher like myself, indeed. But you are, like most of the rabble, painfully average in most qualities and therefore unlikely to be the moving force in that change. I have no faith in universal seemly potentialities. I have faith in myself and myself alone. Besides, I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory anyway. So, I would like to keep both my right and left hands as my own. Have a nice day. Wanna know something about me? I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really think about things. Action before deliberation, you get me? Huh. Thoughtless and carefree. Possibly the only merit to be found in those who originate from the back streets. Or was that a thinly veiled threat of physical assault? No, I'm talking about the new Abno that just got shipped here. It's a tricky one to manage. I'll tell you what. You waste your mind screwing up all kinds of strategies or whatever as long as it's based on hard logic. Wanna shoot for the Department of the Year award? Together? You seem to be rather skilled in the art of transactions. One of the few merits found in those who originate from the back streets. I will admit, I suppose I was overcome by a certain Nui back then. What the fuck does a Nui mean? In hindsight, it was foolish of me to engage in such inane conversations. You let us... Ah, the remnants of my past come to haunt us. Oh. Perhaps it is I whom they truly wish to hurt. I put on my headphones like a few seconds before I came back to like get a bit more water, and for a second I forgot we were playing Limbus Company. I was like, were we playing Love Corp? And I was like, wait, right, the music. Oh, okay, cool. Honestly, it sounds good though, so I ain't complaining for shit.
열어드리죠.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂힌.
I do think I'll play Style of Fire tomorrow. Because of throat candies I got, well, throat medicine I got,
적중에 정신 못 차리는 녀석.
does seem to help a lot. I'm just gonna probably have to be chugging like
인도적인
4 of them
조치는
throughout.
필요 없을 거예요.
Because that one's like pure talking, so.
점 찍었네. 심장.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
굉장해요. 밥이 터졌나? 엄청난 공격이었어요.
어두운 무지를
어떻게
열어줘.
저렇게 강하실 수 있죠?
열어드렸나?
Do you guys think the reason for this eagle being chosen for the enemies, okay, the sheep, okay, the sleep sheep eagle, whatever it's called, is like based around him kind of seeing like, because I have, that's like my only Sinclair that I have like maxed out and stuff, and also I find this Sinclair to be actually really powerful compared to the other ones. Yeah, that could also, yeah. It does resemble it, but it has eyes in the ego gear, right? Like it has eyes on the, if I remember correctly, and this one doesn't have the eyes. So yeah, you're right. It probably is like a different Avno. Similar, but not the same. It's finally here. The Department of the Year award. Indeed, I have finally done it. With some minor assistance from you, of course, and some other employees. Come on, admit it. Didn't you notice that a lot more employees are saying hello, good morning, and what have you to you in the hallways compared to when your reputation was a bit, you know, it's all because I'm just that good of a right-hand man. Oh, Aberration of Meat Lantern. I could see that, honestly. I saw it, because of the weapon. Yeah, I could see that. Like the weapon does kind of resemble Meat Lanterns. And the uniform does as well to a degree, so I could see it being an aberration of Meat Lantern. I will admit that your intuitive and spontaneous eye was of some assistance when it came to identifying certain observations among abnormalities. This is the potentiality I was talking about, man. The same thing you saw in me when you decided to get me on board. Sleep Lantern. Apologies for ruining the moment, but the next few years quickly and busily flew by without much trouble. Of course, we picked up ourselves a few more Departments of the Year awards, some promotions, and some collaborative researches. Yet, all things must come to an end. The infamous fall of the Bonneville Corporation, for one. Us. So, I don't suppose you have any trouble hazarding what they're all telling me. Even as the words come out fragmented. You left us. Nothing but words of endless resentment. You left us behind. The fall of the former L Corp. I remember what Miss Yuri told us. The site crumbled in an instant, trapping the employees in there with the abnormalities. I mean, I can, because I remember reading from the book and stuff, and like some interviews and stuff, but like fully leveled nuggets, like that have all stats at 5, are stronger than color fixers. So it's not really surprising when you remember that like a fully leveled, like a level 5 employee is stronger than a color fixer. So I can definitely see level 3 employee wiping the floor with them. They're actually lucky to be facing like level 3 employees. I... I'm gonna have to recheck, I'm gonna have to reread the books and see on that. But I still feel like Least Powerful Claw is still more powerful than a color fixer just because of their designation and stuff. Possibly. I'm gonna have to reread because it has, I will admit it has been a while since I've read up on that, so maybe I'm mixing some info, but either way, level 5 employees would like demolish the Distillers completely. What is this sound? I'm getting flashback with this music. I'm like running to suppress Halbrion as we speak. The whole structure is quaking. What the hell is... Initiating site burial in 100 seconds. Any remaining employees must immediately evacuate the structure. Counting down. 95. 94. The escape pods to the surface are here, but there's only one seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Listen closely. At the risk of sounding radical out, I must inform you that the chance of survival in cases of crisis such as this is usually granted only to a very small minority of those affected. Some, who prioritize the fairness of the process, may settle on primitive methods such as drawing lots to see who gets to escape, and in more barbaric groups, their survival will be decided by none other than the rule of might. However, I'm glad to find myself among those who are on the side of intelligence, so I make this argument, a suggestion before you. Compare yourself, whose sole, final purpose in life is clinging to your mediocre office jobs and making good on your debt payments, and me, who has produced several groundbreaking, epochal theses and research results at such an early age. Whose life, in your eyes, is of greater worth? Yes, and that is how this tale ends. The compound collapsed seconds later. I left the employees of my department behind and boarded the escape pod elevator, and survived. How could you? Was that even a hint of remorse? Raz's hideous emotion. I am here today only because I have always maintained a cold, rational head. The Alcott branch within Hohenheim's dungeon of the Fastness begins to crumble. It almost appeared as though his heart was crumbling as well. Well, now that's over with, I invite you to come face me, the distortion, and the experiment will come to an end. But just finding and defeating his distortion in a fight, I don't think that'll bring him back. I just know it. I agree. We're still in deep waters here. This can't possibly be all there is to it. Oh, buddy, okay. Well, we did one down below. Let's go up this time. We see the Ardor Blossom Moss was in the containment unit. Hi, buddy! Small crimson particles of flame surround it like an aura. The flaming wings die out one moment, only to soar vigorously in the next. An incessant attempt to set fire to everything around it. What a beautiful specimen, this Ardor Blossom Moss. Have you finished your observations? We've been learning a lot about the abnormality recently. He probably was, considering he doesn't fight or anything like that. He probably was a level 1. There's still a lot of unknowns, but still. Speaking of which, here's a pop quiz. What ego gift can you get from the Ardor Blossom Moss? They both? Let's do her to fly stream. Right on the money. You know your Ardor Blossom Moss. But that's not all. Recently, it's been giving out these things too. Take this with you. I'm just glad to have run into a kindred soul. Receive a burning, flickering flame. It seems to have come directly from the Ardor Blossom Moss itself. Yeah. All enemies permanently all parts with 2-7 kind of. I'm gonna change my group then so that I have Ishmael on the fight. Then she's this. But if I were to change. Yeah, the only burn unit I have is Ishmael. Oh well.
맛있는 경험을 기대하지.
I've done mirror dungeon runs without ego gifts, so it's fine. Well, with the least amount of ego gifts I could possibly get away with, so.
와, 저기 봐. 재료들이 걸어 다니고 있네.
쟤들이 다 해치우면
해보겠네.
편하게 들고 올 수 있겠어.
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
늘어졌네 저거. 맞추기 쉽군.
Oh my god, Kim's dungeon, like, I got,
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니
my first team got wiped clean, and I had to go with my second team. And they did well, and they're usually the ones who I keep as a reserve because they suck ass.
처리해 볼까요? 인도적인 조치는 필요 없을 거예요.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라.
이 팀의 제 뒤로.
실밥이 터졌나?
가까워진다. 항의 끝.
어떻게 이길 것 같긴 한데.
점 찍었네.
이쪽이든 저쪽이든. 고기가 너무
기원을
상했어.
상품
그대로
가치가
무너져라.
없네.
Let's see. I don't want to deal with that.
진리를 열기 위해
Currently, bleed.
좋아. 얼른 끝내고 밥 먹으러 가자고.
Bleed, and I think.
네, 듣고 있어요.
Yeah, sinking.
다시 묶어줄까? 철방 매듭.
I believe.
서류는 다 제출했을 텐데 무슨 일이신가요?
It's fine.
보자 너.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 내리고 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고
Huh?
피어나라.
What?
저들의 화만 돋군 것 같은데요.
와, 저기 봐. 재료들이 걸어 다니고 있네.
쟤들이 다 해치우면 편하게
Cool.
들고 올 수
Ineffective,
있겠어.
ineffective with this as well, by the way.
점 찍었네.
Yeah, 22 damage. Woo! 10 damage now.
맛이 질겨지겠어.
이것도 받아보시게나.
32 damage. We did more damage this time. Oh, we're gonna be here a while. I should have chosen the other one. I didn't realize this was also Apnos. I mean, yeah.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
I should have chosen the other one.
고잖노.
You're kidding me.
열어드리죠.
The ego gift better be the most insane shit ever. I swear to God. Failed that. Cool.
합격장.
와, 저기 봐. 재료들이 걸어다니고 있네.
쟤들이 다 해치우면 편하게 들고 올 수 있겠어.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
I love keeping my streams real. I'm so mad. If I'd known, I was like, oh, this doesn't look like it's I chose this because of the little icon not having the Abnos thing. I was like, I don't want to deal with fighting Abnos. Like, fuck me, I guess.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
67 damage.
관리자님, 역시 저는 생각하지 못하는 방법을 떠올리시는군요.
Okay, we're close to starting this one. Absolutely abysmal shit was this one though.
신병 바꿔하겠습니다.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
I'm gonna crash out.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm wasting all my fucking resources here. Oh.
쓸데없는
관리자가
관심
아니라 지휘관이었던
필요
거
없다.
아니야?
살코기 바를 땐 칼을.
I think so, yeah.
톱이지.
동감이야, 피에라.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오? 저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들리어 보다 유리하지 않겠소?
신병
Dawn is gonna distort.
확보하겠습니다.
If it keeps this up, Dawn is gonna distort. Get evaded, bitch.
다소 유리하구려.
I'm so fucked. Oh boy.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
I feel like stages would be better than this though.
심장 찌르. 튀겨주마. 직접 하! 열어드리죠.
그거 그렇게 하는 거 맞아? 거의 솜방망이인데?
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
I have a 3D model I need to work on. I have a fucking research paper I need to work on, and instead I'm getting my ass beat on this fucking game. Good job. Really phenomenal job, Hescliff. That was incredible. The worst part is that Honglu's ego does do sanity healing, but I'm okay. Well, there goes Dawn. And there goes
저희가
Seesaw.
이길 것 같아요.
You couldn't choose literally any other. Okay. Well, I'll take the chance of corrosion.
신병 확보하겠습니다.
This is the luckiest fucking thing that has happened to me.
오,
Okay,
머리 좋다, 단테.
but she controlled herself and did not attack any of her peers, so we call this a win.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
And somehow Otis didn't corrode either. Come on.
이 공격은 꽤 먹혀든 것
Are
같아요.
you? Kill it, kill it, kill it.
이런
Hostia
예상
puta,
사망.
de verdad. ¿No?
징수진행 불가.
If the ego gift sucks ass, I swear to God. At the end of this hallway, a group of researchers is having a discussion in front of an unnaturally dark place. Noticing your presence, their faces brighten up as they approach us. Please, will you investigate this area ahead for us? We will help with the best of our ability should you accept. Absolutely, abso-fucking-lutely, abso-fucking-lutely, yes. Hescliff. 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 Te odio, 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 te odio. Oh, I've never been so mad. You're useless! Useless!
이런 건 못해.
Oh, at least they did get
다른
full
사람이
heal.
잘하겠지. 더.
At least I got full heal. Oh, I hate this man. I need to get Otis off of my fucking team.
돈 벌러 가자.
We arrived at the entrance to Hohenheim's laboratory. This may be my final order to you. Either suppress me and return safe and sound to where you came from, or fail the suppression. Place me in a containment unit, and perhaps we can observe what happens next. That's when Heskov suddenly strode forward. Oh, Hohenheim, you still believe in that potentiality? I do. It's what keeps me going. You only hire researchers from the back streets, don't you? I heard from her earlier. They told me that you're a right pompous bloke, but thanks to you, they can continue to research and believe that there might be things in the world that's worth working forward. Fucking gonna pulls a Don Quixote on his ass, I swear to God. Oh God, the game's not responding. Oh no. Okay, we're fine.
유감없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Oh, you suck for that.
어두운 무지를 열어젖히라. 직접 열어드리죠.
관리자님? 그게
Thank you, Sinclair.
유감없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Banger mix though.
보자 너.
I think This sounds like first trumpet. Oh, it feels like first trumpet mixed with the neutral one.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
Why is he doing that? Don't not like that. Thank you, person who knows about music. Much appreciated.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지라.
그저 하염없이 모든 피를 먹어먹고 그래 그렇게 황홀히 피어나고 피어나고 피어나라.
Yeah, it's okay. We might be here a while.
여러분에게 도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요.
He did take damage. He did take damage.
점 찍었네. 환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
상당히 놀랍군. 그래, 이유가 있겠지.
심장 찌르. 죽여주마. 감내해야 할 고통.
He hit the ones who have the most health. Yay! Someone got staggered though.
합격장.
전술적으로 불리한 판단일 텐데요.
What plagues your mind,
항상
manager?
정답일 수는 없잖아.
Your suppression efforts seem to be
완벽한
smooth
일이라면
sailing.
다르니까.
It is exactly as you have seen, manager. Except for a few parts that were censored. Censored? Sorry. I concealed nothing from your view. I don't believe I have committed any wrong by escaping that place alone, leaving the others to be buried there. Of course, it may be reprehensible from a moral standpoint, but why would anyone ever look at it from that perspective, manager? Especially when you are well aware that, in the city, such a perspective is entirely irrelevant and worthless. I can feel his gaze on me. Like he said, the suppression is going well, but this feels wrong. That it shouldn't end like this. What should I tell him? What is Hohenheim trying to hide from us? What if you do feel like what you was wrong? You're running away from something. We can say shield passive. Or you can say SP passive. Running away. An interesting point. Allow me to retort. My choice was not to run away. To deny and evade what has happened is too physiological a choice, isn't it? I am very well aware that the only way to solve a problem is to face it head on. Which is another aspect of myself that sets me apart from the common man. When an issue arises, or in a very rare cases, were I to find myself in a turmoil of emotional nature, I first attempt to establish a logical explanation. I reconstruct what was perceived and regulate my emotions. Expressing fury and anger is a plain waste of resources. But I must admit one thing, that I have conducted some level of cold introspection. I will admit that it wasn't entirely mature for me to censor so much of my phantoms. Of course, this does not mean that I will not remove the censored memories. My ego is not so feeble as to be shaken by a few words. I didn't really understand most of what Hohenheim was talking about, but I can shake this thought that everything he's been saying was just an effort to distance himself from his own emotions.
이번에는 공격하시기 힘들 것 같아요. 최대한 눈에 안 띄게 해야 할 것 같아요.
Oh. Okay.
점 찍었네.
장자 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
So he should be getting the fence down now because he lost the shield.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
I'm curious for Honglu's Kanto, not just like the story itself, but I'm curious to see how his base ego flavor text gets changed.
이번에는 공격하시기 힘들 것 같아요. 최대한 눈에 안 띄게 해야 할 것 같아요.
해보겠네!
여러분에게 도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요.
Okay, I need to make sure he gets hit this time.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
나도 그렇게는 안 했을 것 같은데. 단테, 많이 피곤해?
동화는 읽어줄까?
CRL!
전술의 승리네요.
대단한 지휘인데 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
도구 선정이 이상한데.
저러다 칼날만 나 같은데.
Okay.
보자 너.
Hopefully he takes a lot of damage when the time bomb goes off.
환상의 세계로 들어가 보죠.
Terrible timing for the time bomb to get placed, though. Ooh! Ooh, he did get it. Okay, good. It seems that there is something else you would like to tell me. Very well, you may go ahead and ask. I am prepared to answer any of your questions. I can feel Hohenheim's gaze linger on me. What should I say this time? What is someone trying to hide from us? Why does he have 3 HP? I see how you may have arrived at that conclusion, but you are incorrect. I have already done much contemplation regarding that matter, and have definitely concluded a long time ago that I have indeed done no wrong. Let me say this in advance, that I am a rare breed of researcher who detests the study of probabilities and statistics. I, Hohenheim, am not the kind to make irrational suggestions such as drawing lots to see who gets to survive. I am not the kind to partake in barbaric contests of strikes to survive either. Indeed, there was no other recourse. My only option was to come up with an argument that was ultimately vain before the urge to survive, arguing for my survival on the grounds that I was the most useful one out of us all. However, they all made a rather objective decision for me. They overcame their base desires for mere survival and made a forward-thinking decision for the future. So no, I have no reason to believe what I did was wrong. It shouldn't be wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. This wasn't a sin. Even as Hohenheim defended himself, it seemed as though some sense of responsibility was pulling him down. Especially those last words. I could barely sense his usual air of confidence.
이
Okay,
상황을
let's
헤쳐나갈 방법이
read the passage.
정말 있을까요?
How is that useful to me?
꽂았노?
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
Bye! Hi, Gregor. Don't worry, Zigla's gonna join you soon.
저는 괜찮으니 지금이라도
아유,
멀리
탔어.
도망치세요.
다짐 고기가 되기
Oh, Gregor
전에
got 1 HP left.
도망가는 게
Okay.
좋을걸.
어두운 무지를 열어줬지요.
당장 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고!
직접 하! 열어드리죠.
Bye.
이제 공주님에서
이 스며들 듯하는 비 우산이 새지나 않나 모르겠소.
아유, 탔다 탔어.
다짐 고기가 되기 전에 도망가는 게 좋을걸.
Oh boy.
보자 너.
시간 징수 집행.
요리에 대한 지식은 크게 도움이 안
Got
되네.
evaded, bitch.
지금 쓸모없이 힘만 빼는 걸 수도 있어.
적 위협 평가를 다시 실시해야겠네요.
We might have a full team wipeout here.
점 찍었네. 작품을 만들다 죽을 수 있다니 그야말로 이상적.
까딱하면 지겠는걸. 탄테, 좀 좋은 생각
Thank you,
없어?
Don, for your busted ass ability. Much appreciated, much obliged.
정화.
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다. 꿰뚫려라. 치!
이 상황을 헤쳐나갈 방법이 정말 있을까요?
정화.
Cool. If you could, you know, land on heads, maybe you'd be able to match. That you know, it's just a thought.
걸려라.
Who am I to say though? Oh boy.
이 상황을 헤쳐나갈 방법이
Oh, thank
정말
fucking god.
있을까요?
I don't care. I don't care if you corrode, girl.
가자.
이번에는 떠나지 마라.
아직 완전히.
현명한 판단이요.
As long as Mersault can hit this time.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 너는 반드시 부서진다.
Oh, I would rather fight Arion than this.
되찾을 거다.
아유, 텄다 텄어.
다짐 고기가 되기 전에 도망가는 게 좋을 걸.
넌 무슨 맛일까?
모두가 너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
너 맛.
Okay, damn, Ryoshu. Hi. Girl said, do not get me out of your fights. Please. It's like 2 hits away from a stagger. I'm fucking begging you right now.
첩첩산중이로군. 뿔뿔이 흩어지는 것보다는 돌아가 새로운 길을 모색하는 것이 낫지 않겠는가, 관리자.
해보겠네. 당장 로신한테 꿈에 닿을 때까지 몇 번이고.
Finally. Oh my god.
자, 맛볼 시간이다.
적확한 한압이었소.
저 사람들 좀 지친 것 같아요.
I am losing my goddamn fucking
널 잘라낸다.
mind.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
Oh, okay.
걸. 단테, 좀 좋은 생각 없어?
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
심장 찌르 튀겨주마.
I'm fucking losing my mind.
이 상황을 헤쳐나갈 방법이 정말 있을까요?
Literally 3 HP.
잘라낸다.
He either dies or he dies. He either dies or he fucking dies.
너를 잊어도 반드시 되찾을 거다.
자, 빌어보세. 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를.
자, 한 건 했고.
Oh my god. Finally. Isang, are you seeing this shit, boy? Are you seeing this shit, boy? Oh my god. The escape pods to the surface are here. There's only 1 seat left. They're saying that the next one's in 5 minutes. Look, I don't actually believe you hired me because you saw my potential or something like that. I wonder what abnormal is. There's really like an aberration, right? But I wonder which one it could be. But I want to believe that you found the hope in potentialities because of me. Oh my god, were they, you know, were they, ooh? Were they, ooh? Were they, ooh? A hope, an anticipation that we can make things better as long as we keep at it. I can't leave you all behind. I can't just save my skin without everyone. Oh. This is what a right-hand man does, isn't it? Take my potentiality you found and rise. Take it with you to the surface. But you, Johan, what about you? Well, maybe next time, some other time. Wrath is a hideous emotion. Oh! That is why I did nothing at the entrance of that branch. Only remembering. Nothing more. Remembering the ones I've left behind. I can sense the dungeon of the Phasm slowly beginning to close. Sometime later. Ah, I've returned, safe and sound. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back, boss. To be frank, I once wished to be someone like yourself, Heathcliff. What are you talking about? We don't want Heathcliff to be like Heathcliff. Ishmael, please. Because it's not easy to put my face, not in games of numbers, but in those slimmest potentialities of the world and continue to exist. I know it's not very befitting a researcher to be so, but it is quite the romantic attitude for a human to embody, is it not? Alright, where's the rare pair shippers? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I need to process what I just saw. I'll give my thoughts at the end. I need to process. Well, the experiment is over. It was a huge success, all thanks to us, right? No, it was a failure. I had established this hypothesis that the sole answer was to hold a firm belief in the self and nothing else. Had my hypothesis been correct, I would have remained a distortion. Thus, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you. Thank you for making me fail. Faust is just like, bitch. It seems that the classification for my distortion was HE5SU. Disappointingly mediocre, but I don't suppose it can be helped. I mean, you wiped out almost my entire team, so I think you should be proud. The world is a place where we must find the ray of potentiality among the mediocre, after all. Let us move on now. Mephistopheles is prepared to depart. Hohenheim's researchers waved at us. We'll meet again, right? Ew, no thank you. Everything has an end, so do consider this to be our final meeting. Down to the last exchange, this guy. The last thing we saw before the portal activated were the LCE researchers pushing up their glasses in our general direction. I love them, they're so silly. Though I'd only taken a step or two, the entire world around us seemed to transform, landing us back inside the transportation instrument. Now that I think about it, we didn't even get to learn why Gregor's bones made those cracking noises. All we learned from this experience is that the sinners have all become mediocre, but they each held certain potentialities within themselves. Each of us mulling over the events of the LCE, we returned to the bus where Karen and Virgilius were waiting for us. Okay.
이런 회수해야 할 시간보다 많이 징수해버렸네. 하지만 체납자가 생명을 다했으니 남은 시간을 T사 시간금고로 환수하는 게 옳은 일이라는 생각도 드는군.
Oh, first of all, give him here.
아, 그대.
Look at him.
잠시 쉬고 가지 않겠나? 그리고 온 김에 이 실험 결과 정리를 도와주게.
Oh, I'm like one short. Okay. Let's do the temple. And we'll call it here afterwards. Hatred for me. God, hatred, okay. Okay. How do I feel? Like how do I feel? How do I feel? Well, I feel like I have to redo these and this one. This one pisses me the fuck off. As for everything else, Hoheim really is just like, oh, I don't have emotions. I don't care. I don't care for my employee, my assistants, or anything like that. And then bro cares a lot. Okay. What else to think about? I don't know. I'm like, I'm not going and redoing that right now. Overall, yeah, exactly. That sums it up perfectly. Fake ass, I don't give a fucker. I saw you give a fuck. Exactly. That sums it up perfectly. Thank you. Really like the story. Also, still losing my mind over the fact that we got told that the bunker of March, the bunker is a fucking P Corp abnormality thing. Basically, that's I'm still losing my mind over that information that we got told. Don Quixote's entire thing, also what happened with her, still losing my mind a little bit. What else? Hong Liu, funny as hell as always. Love my boy. Heathcliff got like a modicum of power, and he was just starting like, yo, you in, go. Funny as hell, love him. Isak's little like speech, and then the music cutting out. Love that. What else? Let's see. Yeah, Donkey got vitamins. Let's see what else. Well, when Isak saw that he was the strongest, and then his little, like, his face just fell when he realized. Oh, I love him so much. He's so cute. Anything else though? I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna start yapping about this like tomorrow or something. Like I just need to like sit down on this and just think for a bit. Just kind of like, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much it overall. I'll have to come back during my free time and full clear and then, you know, grind and stuff. But other than that, we beat the entirety of the interlude, and the story was nice. I was playing this forgetting that they don't voice interludes, because I was like, oh, I can just rest my voice and fucking prove that wrong. So I'll see how my voice is tomorrow, because it does hurt a bit to speak, so we'll see if I end up playing visual novel or not. We'll see about that. Having said that though, thank you for coming. Leave a like, subscribe, all this stuff. You know how it goes. You've been on YouTube, you know how it works. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye bye. Bye bye.